Okay, we are good.
Yeah, it is in progress.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Subhash Mandal. Just this session is recorded and it will be made I hope no one has objection to that.
So, Vasda, your audio is not smooth.
With that, oh, okay. Is
Yeah.
it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Like I said, the session is recorded. Welcome to the session. This session about research. So the slide is showing the agenda. We start with a welcome note by Dr. Aloknath. Aloknath is the CTO of Samsung and he is the chair of COMSOC Bangalore. He is a frequent speaker in many events and one of the innovation events is from India. So we don't too much in introduce Dr. Alok. I would request Dr. Alok to give a welcome note by session primarily being run by Dr.
So, Vasda, there is a typo in this Alok name.
Okay. Thank you very much, and very warm welcome to all the participants for the session. This is a research methodology session and Saturday morning. So many of you have joined, many more will be joining soon. So it's our pleasure to welcome you, and I'm sure you will benefit significantly from this session. As the title says, it's research, right? Search itself is an exploration. And this is all about, things are there in the world and how we find it out, how we get the thread of what the equation should be, what the physical laws are underlying. That's about search. And research is make somebody else search, but you could search even more. And in a different way, with a different perspective. So it's not just that one topic has to be searched by one set of people, but truly you can do from other sources. So that's research. Now, many people think that, oh, I cannot do the research because I don't have the right elements. It is only for a certain set of people. It's only for PhDs or those who are in the R&D labs. It's not like that. Obviously, the degrees of research could be varying, but as you will learn also today, partly that there is a system, there is a process, there is a step that is there, what to include, and there is a method behind it. And that's why we are calling research methodology, that if we can get that process, even though the content will obviously be different on the degree of research, but many people can join. And for India, I'm quite passionate about taking the Indian R&D to a different level. And we see day by day, many more inventors, many more authors that are coming up and joining this workforce. So again, very warm welcome to this research methodology session. Dr. Naveen Kumar, he started this in the IEEE couple of years back, I think 3 years it has been, maybe even before that in some form or the other. He's a professor at Amrita University and defined this course, and obviously it has evolved over time. And therefore, even if we said 9:30, we'll start, but we're starting early because there is enough content. And from IEEE, also if you look into this course, we are saying authorship lab. So there is a lab component, there is an exploration in that, but how do you become author? That's again our force. That's again our today's theme. So it doesn't delve into how you do the research. That's a little bit personal and there are many components in that. But the process of authorship, the process of writing, publishing, there are a lot of steps, and I'm sure you will be significantly benefiting by attending today's session. So again, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Naveen Kumar to take it forward and offering it multiple times, this course in various forms. And in return, a lot of people are benefiting. And why in today's sessions, it's about IEEE, and there is no better society than IEEE in this knowledge creation. It's a platform of creating knowledge, right? So many conferences and journals, name any topic. And as day by day, more electronics and communications and ICT technology are touching every field. There is no field that is untouched by this whole journey, and IEEE in the electronics and electrical intersections is promoting this, is helping people to create, is to build repository, the libraries, the IEEE explores. You are able to take advantage of this. I know many people have joined from corporates, from universities, and IEEE's main mission is advancing technology for humanity. But that's a broader umbrella, but underlying this knowledge creation, its management, its building repository, accessing it, further advancing knowledge based on the past knowledge. This is the motto of IEEE, and I think you cannot get a better platform than this. So if you are a member, that's great. If you are yet to join us, get the details. It's a December month. You can always join for next year. It's great. And Communication Society is one active society. We just got Chapter Achievement Award in the Asia Pacific region. We have been declared the best chapter, and there are 4 regions in the world, and this is second time we are getting this award. So I'm very happy, and hopefully next year we can do a hat trick and even get among all the regions, maybe best. There is no harm in striving for that. So what are the topics that you explore on research? For example, 5G. When I joined Samsung like 2011, my first assignment had been 5G, and it took so long from 2011 to 20. Now we are deploying. So sometimes as a researcher, it is important to be patient. It is important to be persuasive. It is important to explore alternative ways of doing. It is important to acknowledge if somebody has done better and maybe, scrap your stuff and restart in another way. And this 10 years, as the way 5G has grown, I'm sure beyond 5G, 6G, as we talk about, this is a good time to start. Similarly, take any topic on IoT, on blockchain. Blockchain has started with cryptocurrency. It has a fundamental research element, and it has, gone from that idea of just IoT, from the financial segments going into IoT and many other segments. So there are many such topics. So my next point is, choose a right topic that you want to grow. There is quantum computing coming in a big way. So choose your topic, and then obviously all these methodologies that you will learn today, you could apply that. And IEEE, we have been working with many societies together, whether it is Standards Society. Last week we did a vehicular technology society attachment along with Standards on the intelligent transportation system. Shrivas has taken the lead, and we had a great session last week. We have done earlier on young professionals. We took some initiative from Samsung on talking about first-time patent filing. We did this research methodology session with Karnataka Science Technology Academy. So we are working with very many societies to disseminate knowledge to make sure, all the corners of India get benefit. And in this journey, there are corporates. Samsung and Wipro is joining today in a big way. The people have joined. But whether it is Reliance, Geos, Radisys, Cisco, Infosys, L&T, Nokia, I'm sure I'm missing names, but all of these corporates are coming forward through Exicom, through many deliveries. Similarly, the academia, IISc, Manipal, Amrita, We have CMRIT, MS Ramaya. Recently, Reva has joined. We have 9 student chapters, and even many startups that are semi-startups, who have grown. MMRF, I see Dr. Ganeshan is chair-elect, and Sankhya Labs, Aninda, who is into standards. Many other are joining, and we will be growing. So we are working together, take any intersection together to make sure such programs we could bring to you. With no more delays, I think you have warmed up enough to listen to this. Some more things, I think Professor Naveen will talk about IEEE's benefits, because it's a good time in December. So listen to that, and then he will take it forward, how this research methodology could help you in whatever you do researching, and presenting it rightly, going to the right format, referencing it rightly, what to do and what not to do, both will be covered in the session. So with that note, I welcome you again. I thank my ExecCom team, and I hope some of you will join also our society and active programs in due course. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Request Professor Naveen to take over and run the session. Thank you. And sir, if you would like to come on camera, it will be great.
Yeah, just for a brief period, I have made it. Okay, so to say to everyone, and good morning to all of you. Now I will disable the camera and then start the work. Okay. So before I start, let me just check it, cross-check, everything is working properly. So I will go to presentation mode.
Yep, it's all good.
Yeah, so and then I will change the slide. This also please confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to Suhasda and Dr. Alok, the COMSOC Chair and CTO Samsung, for giving a brief detail about IEEE and also our activity at COMSOC that we have been doing. Thanks a lot for this. And thank you very much for all the people, those who have joined for this session. Going to be a little bit longer, around 3 hours, but I think each minute is going to be very valuable for you if you are in research or going to, or you are planning, or you have been doing. So this I think what the contents we have, it is applicable to the entire community. Maybe you are experienced researchers, or you are starting, or you are at early age. So I think the content is prepared like this. Although we do the same activity in around 2 days, in 3 or 4 different sessions, not less than around 15 hours or so on. But looking at our busy schedule, many of these things I have script and not going to tell you those things, because I hope you have the knowledge of those things. Then what is actually required, that we will be discussing it. Okay, so as this title suggests, research methodology and authorship lab, or writing technical quality paper, but it is not only writing technical quality paper and publishing, but there are many other things in the background. So we are going to discuss all of this. So thank you once again, and welcome you all to this morning Saturday. Maybe many of you are on holiday, and many of course maybe working or so on. So before we start, I think let us have some backgrounds on IEEE, what the IEEE is. I don't know that you are not knowing, you must be knowing, but something what we are doing, and something which you might not be knowing. So with 10 minutes of introduction, hopefully I'll give you some facts and figures whereby you can understand what is IEEE and whether you can be part of or not. Okay, so IEEE is the Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, as we know, advancing technology for humanity. That is the slogan, that is the logo for this. And IEEE is the world's largest technical professional organization dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. So you can understand the objective what the IEEE is. If you look at the organization, so basically IEEE is organized into local section. We call it as a geographical region. Then we have a section in the region. We have chapters, we have societies, we have student branches in the university, and we have again in the student branch chapters. So there are 10 regions in the world in the IEEE. So 6 of them is in the USA, and we are the region 10. So Asia Pacific, you can see that we are really very large, and of course 8 is also European and UAE, Saudi Arabia, that region. So Africa also. So this is also 8, and we are the 10, region 10, Asia Pacific, which comprises, as you can see in the map, China, Australia, and so on. At the organization level, if you look at the chart, right, so this is members and all the entire members and the volunteers, right? And then we have a board of directors who take certain decisions with the support of all the members. And there are a lot of vertical divisions you have, because you see the area, we have a wide area, publication department. You may be knowing, right? We are trying to publish and huge publication depository you have. So there is an exclusive department for that. We call it as MC. Then there is, of course, IEEE US, because you see it started and then they have at least 6 regions in the USA. We have educational activity, because until and unless we propagate, we disseminate the information, right, there is no use of such organizations. So if we have educational activity, then we have regional activity, because if you see in the region, there are 10 regions, right? So there should be some department or the people who should oversee that regions. And in the regions, we have around 342 sections, and Bangalore section is one of them, right? And then you have a standard association. I think one of the work that we are doing, or IEEE is doing, is a standard development. And I think today, some of the standards that we have, it lies in every pocket and every purse, right? For example, Wi-Fi. So who does not use this? So this type of standard. So there is a standard association. Then there are a lot of technical activities we are doing. This is also a part of technical activity that society or IEEE is doing, right? And of course, executive committee, and then we have some permanent staff who are paid. But most of them otherwise they are unpaid and they are volunteer. So some quick facts, if you see, we are close to over 420,000 members spread around 160 countries, more than 50% of that in the United States or so. More than 124,000, they are student members. And as we see, 342 sections in 10 regions. There are 3,000 or close to 3,500 student branches in the university, 2,600 student branch chapters, 560 plus affinity group. For example, women in engineering, this is also one of the affinity group. Young professional is an affinity group. You have consultant network, it is an affinity group. Life members. So there are many affinity groups apart from technical societies and COMSIC. So we have these many affinity groups spread over 160 plus countries. We have 39 technical societies and 7 councils. A council is, for example, Sensor Council. There are so many societies joined together to make a council. So there are 7 such councils you have. More than 5 million documents. This is where we have to understand and think of why some organization keeps, why some organization publish these many documents, who uses them and for what, right? So 500 million documents, 1,200 million downloads each month, right? I think that so this is what you can see that how many and who are the people using that, right? More than 1,800 conferences, publications, conference proceeding you can see in IEEE Explorer. 1,200 active standards and more than 650 standards under development. 200 transactions, journals, and magazines are published from IEEE. Right? Around 1,900 conferences are taking place and supported technically by IEEE. You can see close to around 3 conferences or plus 4 conferences every day it is happening. If you see, although it says electrical and electronics, but if you see the area, societies, the focus societies, it varies from aerospace and defense to medical and so on. So you name any of them and you find here, right? For example, biometrics, you have energy, you have imaging, in engineering, you have petroleum and gas, you have power electronics, robotics and automation, and so on. So there are close to 40 such specific focused area, we call it as a technical society. There are technical communities as well. Technical communities, it is free for anyone. You can join, you can discuss, you can contribute your experience, your development in these technical communities. There are so many. You go to any of those societies and you find technical communities where like-minded researchers, experienced people, developers, they discuss, they contribute towards pre-standardization or standardize towards the standardization development. So you see, we have IoT, we have IRDS, Smart Villages, Biometric Council, RFID, Nano, we have System Council, we have Entrepreneurship, we have Sensor Council, and there are some platforms like Mentor Network, like Collaborative, where people discuss the questions, the suggestions and comments, everything, technical detail and so on. So there are a huge number of technical communities in all those areas that we have seen. Now, if you look at the strategy plan of 20 to 25, right? So 20 to 25 strategy plan, the IEEE, I think I've gone through this several times. If you read, each word has some meaning and very important information for us. That it tells what is the objective, what is the mission, and what IEEE is trying to do. And it is through all volunteers, right? So what is the mission? We foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. Now what else we require? We are doing for humanity, right? Our vision, the IEEE vision, we will be essential to the global technical community and to technical professionals everywhere and be universally recognized for the contribution of technology and of technical professionals in improving global conditions. So you see the mission and vision of IEEE. I think you will be motivated what the vision we have, what the mission the IEEE has. The core value is a trust factor, right? It allows you globally to join and build a community, a strong technical community. Integrity in action, the services to humanity, a partnership, development of partnership, growth and nurturing. So if you see our voluntary, right, it's people start joining a society, start volunteering, and one day they become a leader. So how it happens? The growth within, the growth automatically, that with the help of meetings, with the help of the training and all that comes from this IEEE. IEEE will drive global innovation through broad collaboration and sharing of knowledge. IEEE will enhance the public understanding of engineering and technology, be a trusted source for educational services. IEEE will provide opportunity for the career and professional development and inspire a worldwide audience by building communities that advance technical interest, inform public policy, and expand knowledge for the benefit of humans. So this is the plan, strategy plan for next 5 years, right? So you can understand the gravity, the importance of IEEE, what IEEE is doing. Towards that IEEE future direction, there is something called as a group who came out and they plan, they prepare a roadmap that how to go about the incoming technology, how to develop them, how to build it, and so on. So for that, you have a future direction, IEEE future direction. And many of our leaders from Indian born, they are there as a chair or co-chair or they are leading such type of community. Future network, right? Blockchain, big data, IEEE brain, software-defined networks, the cyber security, smart city, rebooting camping, IEEE quantum. So you see some of them, of course, existing for little time, but some of them, they are new. For example, IEEE quantum. This is a future direction, right? Future technology coming up where we have to show the strength. IEEE brain, computer and brain communication and interfacing. And again, these are free. You can join any of these community and start interacting, contributing your knowledge, gain the experience from others by discussing. You can join them, any of them. Most of them, they are free to join. There's a technical form. So what are the resources and opportunity you have? Let me play a video if I get it, and let me try. Okay, give me a minute. Maybe I have to share the screen, right? So what's the?
Yeah, we can see.
Audio is okay.
I think the video is not playing, Navin sir.
Okay. Just a moment. Give me. So I need to, I think, share the screen again. Okay. So our system. Wait a minute. Share my screen. Okay, and system audio, how to set that? Let me try. Oh. Is it audio available now?
No, not yet.
No? Oh.
No, video is coming, but not audio.
So, how to set switch audio? No, you are using.
During sharing, there is an option called share system audio.
Where it is?
I would need to check.
Yeah, I think that.
Or maybe Navin sir, you can just voice over the message and let the
Okay.
We can probably avoid some time delay on figuring that out. I think someone has given some suggestions saying that if you are using WebEx event, share your video by selecting share and file share. Go to share, select optimize for motion and video from the drop down menu. And then
video I shared.
You want to share. Yeah, but then, there is no audio option. I think Saravanan not sure how to enable audio for the video that is playing. So maybe
Okay.
we can move on perhaps because it will take some time to figure out.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. So I will pause it. Okay. So I'll go to the presentation. Yeah. Let me see. Sorry. So there was some audio which I think you could not listen. So, have we come back to this screen? Suvasda?
Yes, we are able to see the screen.
Okay. Thank you. So actually, this tells us some of this what you have in the video actually. Okay. So it's the video and the voice. The voice contents I'm going to tell you. So that small video of 3 minutes tells us that what is the advantage and what are the things you have as the name suggests, resources and opportunity, right? So what is the opportunity and resources available with IEEE? So for example, technical content. Of course, most of us we know, right? IEEE Explore. You have just now seen how many materials we have in IEEE. E-learning library, e-book classics, author center, IEEE TV. You just can go there, IEEE TV, and you find that lot of video like what we have do the workshop and very good quality of conference clips you will find in IEEE TV. IEEE societies and technical councils. I told that they are the focus society. Lot of developments and research going on in each of these societies. So the technical contents, very, very rich in technical contents. Networking opportunity. How? So where we can network to anyone in the globe, right? Like-minded people or for any discussion, for any suggestion, through conference, through IEEE Collaborative. This is a platform where you discuss anything and you contact anyone who is there in the platform, and you find thousands of people there. Volunteering opportunity. What we are doing, right? These are the volunteer works. So you get, when you volunteer, you come across so many type of people, either from industry, from academia, the student, the youngster, and all group of people you come across, right? So local meetings and events, you join those events whenever we are conducting, and you will find opportunity for networking. And of course, for society, women in engineering, especially for ladies and girls. Of course, we can also be. I'm also the part of women in engineering. It is not limited, but you see that there is affinity group where most of them they are women and girls, and they have several opportunity to meet and do that. Young professional. From your graduation until 15 years of your study, the professional after graduation, there is a group called as a young professional. You can join young professional, and there are so many people like you doing a lot of activities. So this is an opportunity. The career resources, right? I go to IEEE Foundation. There are a lot of grants for different purposes, for different verticals. You can seek, and there are a lot of education material you find in IEEE Foundation. The Smart Village, IEEE Site is another dedicated group, special interest group for humanitarian technology. You might not be knowing, but during this COVID, the IEEE Site has funded millions of dollars to develop, to find a solution for COVID. Either to safeguard yourself or to do some development, whatever. So we have epics when you get engineering practice, you can join. There is a very honored society, we call it as IEEE Etakapunu. So this is a very honored society that you can form, and of course internet initiative. So there are career opportunity. You go to any of these and you find a lot of opportunities available. Local activities. This is what we are doing at a local level in Bangalore today, right? So find your region and section and just start volunteering, start joining, start attending the events, and you see the changes within yourself. Access your local volunteers in IEEE Collaborative. Search for local events. You can find all these. Discount. Many people, they say, okay, what is the benefit we have? Especially, of course, we don't consider any discount that is a benefit to us. But the people, those who start, those who are in the initially, money matters, right, for them. So a lot of discounts are available. For example, most of the conferences for IEEE members, 20 to 25% discount is given to this person if you attend the conference, right, as compared to non-IEEE. And then IEEE society, if you join any society, you get extra benefit of some of the materials download. Of course, you can't download everything, but there are product discounts. There are so many companies have come forward. For example, Dell, Apple. You purchase item product from those companies, and if you mention your IEEE membership, you will get discount varying from 10% to 25, 30%. Right? So even that opportunity is also available. Health insurance is available for IEEE members and family. And they go to the community. And this is where actually we understand, we think it is the best what we can do for people, right? Contribute to the community. So you have IEEE Foundation dedicated for this, Smart Village site that I already said. Apart from that, there are many opportunities that you can have. So these are few that actually in the video you could have listened. Unfortunately, we could miss that, but that is what. Now coming to one of the standards, right? I think since most of you are from industry, you know, right? And you must be interested in. So it is suggested that you should join. You should start joining the group and then start contributing towards the standard. Right? Get involved with the standards development. Find a working group. There are so many working groups, standard working group you have. All those society verticals that we have seen, in those you find there is a working group. For example, dynamic spectrum access network, landman, mixed signal test. There are number of standards working groups. You can join, you can start contributing towards standard development, right? So this is specifically for people like you, the professional who are working, who are dedicating time in the industry for the development and so on. And there are many more. You have consultant network, you have entrepreneurship, you have young professionals, life members, and there's. Apart from that, there are a lot of huge number of awards and recognition at individual level, at a society level. As our Dr. Alok mentioned, for last 2 years we have been getting Best Chapter Achievement Award in Asia Pacific, and this is something great. Not only that, at that level, even our individual members, they are recognized as outstanding volunteer, and for your contribution, the medal, so many medals like Marconi, anything that related to your society. So if you go through, you will find a huge number of awards, recognition, medals available. And that can be given, and it is all biased, right? So it is through the nomination, it is through your self-nomination, it's your contribution, everything you are giving, and then there are a board of group or a committee who will see and try to find out who are the best, right? So you can go to any society and find out. Now coming to very brief about COMSOC, Communication Society. So as Dr. Alok mentioned that Communication Society is again at global level. If you see, we are close to 30,000 people, and here in Bangalore section, Communication Society is close to around 450 now. In the recent years, we have grown really very, very good growth we find. And some of the publication you see, right? These are very high impact factor publications. So you take a selected area in wireless communication, you take the magazine. This is something very amazing. The monthly it comes communication magazine, and you find the latest information available in this. So at the Bangalore section, the Communication Society, what we are doing, some of the events I don't want to mention because at every month 2 or 3 events we are doing. They cannot list them, but just few I try to highlight. For example, this is upcoming workshop you have, which we have started and we are doing with IEEE UNTS, right? 5G and future wireless technology. So this is from 14 to 17, and you are welcome to join and register for this event. We have just completed, for example, ITS Intelligent Transportation System that Dr. Alok mentioned about that on 28th November. So lot of such events we are doing. In July, at section level, communication track, one of the biggest track, the flagship conference of Connect, we did it. Right, and of course the 5G World Forum. Unfortunately, it became virtual, but it has supposed to be in the Bangalore. That is a flagship event from the future networks. So like this, we are bringing such type of high quality conferences. We are doing some workshop for what? Just decimating the information and trying to build a good community, good society at the local level, so that we grow. Right, and coming year, especially for those who are interested to learn the summer school, right? So this also we might have chance, and we are still seeing whether it will be virtual or so on. So this is again at a global level, right? Summer school we call it. So this is some background on in general, right? That might motivate you that whether we can join IEEE or not, right? Now coming to our work slowly. So let me focus on application, right? So if you see, what is one of the purposes, IEEE advances author ideas by publishing research for delivery to key technical audience. 160 plus top cited periodicals, it is from IEEE. IEEE is a leading authority on areas ranging from aerospace system, I already say, consumer electronics, biomedical engineering, and so on. IEEE quality makes an impact. It is known, well known, the IEEE. So everybody would like to publish in IEEE. Right? So why? You see, top 20 journals in electrical engineering. Top 20 journals, whoever publishes, but IEEE top 20 in the world, it is from electrical and electronics. 18 of the top 20 journals in telecommunication. You see, IEEE has #1 cited journal in computer hardware, artificial intelligence, automation and control, information system, remote sensing, and many more. #1. IEEE Access has impact factor. Access that has come recently, a couple of years before. It is open access and a journal, and within a very short time, you see the quality of the journal. Impact factor has grown 4+. Cited in patents 3 times more than any other publisher. So, and of course, everybody knows, something you want to search, you can go to digital library and search it, and there are many. So of course, apart from IEEE, you have, for example, Elsevier that is also publishing, and some of the statistics, if you see, is amazing. 9.8 million articles, 40 to 90% or 60% rejected, 500,000 reviewers, 600,000 authors, 2,000 journals, 19,000 books, 30 million researchers. And what is this statistic? And this type of statistics, right, raises number of questions. What are these publications? Who write them? Why some organizations keep them? How to write a quality paper? Where to publish? Transaction, journal, conference, proceeding, or magazine? Where? And there are not many basic questions those statistics give us, right? So why we are here today? To support the IEEE mission of advancing technology and dissemination of information. And this is what we are doing right now. Enhance the ability of engineers, faculty, researchers, authors, and industry professionals to develop high quality scholarly research papers. Help advance the careers of engineers and researchers by enabling them to get published. Help authors share and disseminate critical information and emerging innovation with a global community, and help authors select the best outlet. So this is the purpose we are here today. And therefore, today's agenda is something like this. So we are going to discuss about this research process, problem formulation in very brief. We will see if a problem is defined, how to go about doing the research, what are the tools we have, where we can find out information, and in the major part is if we have some research, the question is what to do with that result. So you have done some research, you must have got some result. What to do with that result? Should we publish, patent it, or just prepare a report and keep it somewhere? And little bit about peer review. So this is going to be agenda for the rest of the time. Okay. So hope you are not getting bored. So let us go ahead. So what we will do is briefly introduce, because I think this is necessary, and some key points take away before going to define a problem. Okay. What is the research? How to do research? How to write and publish? And where to publish? So these are very basic questions, and many of us we do not know actually. Okay, I will give you some example, of course, and then you will see. Oh, I did mistake. I could have done here. I could have done there, and so on. You will realize if you have already published, and if you are going to publish or if you are going to work, you will understand. Yes, now what I am supposed to do. You see another statistic from India, especially in IEEE journal submission. You see the 12,000, of course it is the 18 statistics, 12,000 plus submission, article submission were there. And what is the acceptance? Just 12 to 13%, 1,500. So the question is, when we publish, what is the wrong? Why we are not able to publish it when we submit it? When we submit, why we are not able to publish it? If you remember in one of previous days, 30 to 90% rejected. And you can see here from this graph, this is only for India. It is not that all Indian authors papers are rejected. It is a global statistics. So the question is, what is wrong? What we are doing wrong? Why we are not able to successfully publish it, right? So let us see it in the process where we are wrong, what we are doing wrong. Okay. So before we go to that, just define what is the research actually. Purposely I know you all know, but something a takeaway from these two slides I would like to highlight, because in the later part it will remind when we want to publish. What is research? Discover new knowledge or make something new. Seek answer to a question or to answer a scientific question. Solve problem. If you see in the dictionary, right, Cambridge Dictionary, if you see, a detailed study of a subject, especially in order to discover new information or reach a new understanding. Similarly, if you see the Macmillan Dictionary, the detailed study of something in order to discover new facts, especially in a university or scientific institute. Right? And there are so many definitions you find, but all they have something common, and that common and keyword we should try to understand, right? Uncovering a new phenomena or solving a problem or so on, interpret a new information. So what is the key? The key is new, and this word will help you in the later section. But remember, what is the research? We came out and we are taking a keyword new. Okay, either you have discovered something new, you have found out something new, you have solved a problem of unsolved problem. That is new. And if you have done something, you can definitely publish. That is the message it is trying to give. But unfortunately, we are copying, pasting from somewhere. We are not going thoroughly what is available, and we come up with something and we try to publish it. Right? That is one information, one of the reasons why getting rejected. Right? So the takeaway here from here is new. How to do research? So as Dr. Alok in the initial introduction, he mentioned there is a process involved, right, in the research. It cannot be done overnight. We are not Einstein that sitting at a mango tree and something we come up with. It is a process. In practice, research is often an open-ended process that is likely to generate as many questions as it does answers. Good research is a thinking person's game. It is a creative and a strategic process that involves constantly assessing, reassessing, and making decisions about the best possible means for obtaining trustworthy information, carrying out appropriate analysis, and drawing conclusion. What is the background needed? What is necessary for doing research? Of course, not very great, but some background we should have, like mathematics, right? A system and theories. You should know some engineering tools. Even we have some basic information. Definitely, if we have done undergraduate and so on, this information will be available. And if we are not expert, we have to, in the time, we have to become expert in some of these, right? Method, skills. How to think logically, how to start to do research, how to find a quantitative references, how to make a research plan, how to manage the research progress, how to present the result, presentation and writing, how to deal with research results. So you see a lot many steps you have, a process. It is not one process. What it takes to do research? Curiosity. Allow you to ask a question. Even in this session, you should ask why it is so, why it is not like that. Critical thinking. Allow you to challenge assumptions. If this is in place of this, if it is that, what will happen? Learning takes you to the frontier of knowledge. Persistence, that Alok was mentioning. I also say it is not overnight. We cannot do. We have to be persistent. We have to be continuous. It is a continuous process. It is a long journey. Respect the data and truth. Do not manipulate. If something is coming negative, please present it as a negative. You tell that everything, all possible situations and environment I have discussed, I have done it. But still, the result is negative. And if you have sincerely done it, still negative, let scientific community do it. Think about why it is negative, what is wrong. communication, and this is very important, of course, right? Allow you to publish your work. So this also sometimes we call it as a C3LPR process. Okay? C3LPR. So curiosity, critical, communication, and learning, persistent, and respective data. The communication, a general communication, oral or written, formal and informal, talk to people with a different level of backgrounds. Be clear, concise, accurate, and adaptive. Elaborate with examples. Summarize by abstraction. English proficiency. Get used to talking to people from different fields to develop communication. Persistent. This is very necessary. Work only on the topics that you are passionate about. Do not take a problem which is imposed on you. It has no interest. Normally we do at the early stage, especially if you are looking for a PhD opportunity and so on, right? You are trying to search a professor or somebody who will guide. Somehow you are trying to, whatever his or area is, okay, he or she will give you a problem and you start without your interest. No. Work only on hypothesis that you believe in. Don't draw negative conclusion prematurely. As I said, even negative is coming, result is coming, fine. But we have to do for the all possible situation, all possible environment, not prematurely. Be comfortable with criticism. This is very important because when you receive a comment, critical comment, right, you will understand where was the mistake. We have to accept that. Think of possibility of repositioning a work, what you learn from an unsuccessful exploration. Optimize your training, SWOT analysis. This is also very important. Know your strength and weakness. Everybody has a strong in math versus strong in system development, programming, creative versus thorough. Train yourself to fix the weakness. Find the strategic partners. Position yourself to take advantage of your strength. So this SWOT analysis is also very, very important. So in the process, identification of a topic and raise a research question. The research question is equal to question with no answer or no good answer. See, sometimes many of the PhD research scholars, because I'm academic environment, so I just give you an example. A problem when we define both together, research scholar and the professor, solution is not available, right? Because that problem has to be undefined. And then we work together. Most of the work will be PhD scholar, researchers, and then some hint and some experience they share with the professors or the guide, and they come up with a solution. Initially, solution is not known, but many PhD scholars, what they say, the professor is not helping, the guide is not helping. So what they will help you? It is undefined problem, right? Hypothesis formulation. Offer a possible answer to that research question. Formulate a hypothesis based on your answer. Your new method better than an existing method. Design experiment to test the hypothesis. Compare X and Y on the data. Do the experiment of that hypothesis developed and draw conclusion and repeat the cycle if needed. Exploratory research. Identify and frame a new problem. Constructive research. Construct a new solution to a problem. Empirical research. Evaluate and compare existing solution. That is a comparative evaluation of link analysis method for a web search. Normally, this process we call it as a ECE cycle. Exploratory, constructive, and empirical. So what is exploratory? The framework. What is out there? You have to explore. please recollect our keyword. What is the research? New. In order to know what is new, we have to know what is existing. Explore. We have to explore what is out there. Descriptive. What does it look like? Go into detail. How does it work? Evaluative, empirical result. If we can simulate that, if we can duplicate that, what is available? Explanatory. Why does something happen the way it happens? Predictive. What would happen if applied where it can be used? Right? So there are different type of questions that we can try to identify, right? Application related, or we can generalize a model that we have developed for a small things, a small work, or so on, right? So we find many such areas. Then something called as a solid and high impact research. What is a solid work? A clear hypothesis or research question with conclusive result, either positive or negative. Clearly adds to our knowledge base and implication. A solid, focused contribution is often better than a non-conclusive broad exploration. What is the meaning of high impact? The high importance of a problem, that is very high quality of solution, which opens up an important problem. Close a problem with the best solution, not that one of that I also have a solution. It should be a best solution available so far, and measure milestone in between. Right? So these are the parameter for what we call. See, sometimes from our higher authority also we get such a congratulatory note. Solid work, very 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 important solution that you have found out. Right? So normally, what is this process we have, and how many different broad process we have? So although we say it is in academic, but it is valid everywhere. So the process in our understanding, there are 4 different major processes in the research cycle. Problem formulation. Of course, this is the first one. We have to find a problem. We have to define a problem. So if nothing is known, if we want to go from scratch, what we have to do? Maybe we have to identify an area. And when you identify an area, with the iterative process, you will come up with a problem. We will take some example. What is next? Once you have identified a problem, then what? We have to solve it. We have to address that. So doing the research or addressing that problem. And there is a persistent, long time involved in this. You have to initiate and define. You have to find the method of a solution, hypothesis creation, and finally you come up with solution. You might come up with a partial solution. You might come up with a full solution. You might come up with a patent, product development, many things. The question is what to do with that result. So this means the third stage is presentation. Do you want to patent it? Or you want to publish it? You want to prepare a report? What? So that is third stage. And the backbone of all of this is the peer review. In most of the research methodology workshop, nobody will tell about this peer review process. But you will understand in a few minutes in that what is the importance. Without peer review, nothing will work out. Okay, so that is the last process. So I think these are the major processes involved in the research cycle, and we are going to discuss little bit. So it is not only valid in academic, I think it is also the industrial. it is also said that a problem well defined is a problem half solved. Right? This is well-known proverb we have for a long time. So how to identify a good research problem? What is a good research problem? There are research problems, several research problems. I think 90% of us, what we are doing is in that loop, research problem. We don't focus what is a good, what is a high impact, what is a solid work. We don't try to identify that. So what is a good research problem? A well-defined. Would be able to tell whether you have solved the problem. High important. Who would really care about the solution to the problem that you have solved? Does it solve a big pain? Identify fundamental problems. Dream big to identify novel application opportunity. That is called highly important. And I think today you can relate the hot topic that we have, 5G, IoT, and so and so. What is the important, whether it has the impact on the society or no. Solvable. This is also very important. Maybe I define a problem, it is a valid problem. I don't say whether it's a valid or so, but it is a problem. Problem is walk to moon, or I will walk to moon from Earth. I don't think it is a possible solution, right? I might go through satellite, rocket, or so and so, but definitely cannot work. So the problem should be solvable. Matching your strength. Remember, we have done the SWOT analysis. Everyone has some strength, some weakness. We can fix the weakness, but go towards the strength. That is my area. I have interest in programming. I am weak in mathematics. Perhaps I will choose a problem which is more related to programming, computer programming, rather than a mathematical analysis and development. Right? So that we try to match. So how to find a problem? There are two kinds we can start with. One we call it as application driven. For example, find a nail, then make a hammer. Right? Identify a need by people, users that cannot be satisfied well currently. And I think if you look up our surroundings, we have so many such type of problems. How difficult is it to solve that problem? Because this is also an important segment. Problem is there, very small, may not be solid work, right? But to do research something, we need other parameters also. If you find that no big technical challenge, maybe we can go for a startup. If we find in that problem a lot of big challenges are there, big challenges means it requires a huge fund and more fund. This means that we can write a proposal and seek a grant from some organization. Identify one technical challenge as your topic. Frame the problem appropriately so that you can solve it. Aim at a completely new application and function. Find a high-stake nail. Should not be very small problem on applications. Right? Other can be tool-driven. This means hold a hammer and then look for a nail. Right? If I have a very big hammer and I got a pin sort of nail, what will happen if I try to use that? Choose your favorite set of art tools. Ideally, you have a secret weapon. Everybody has. Otherwise, bring tools from area X and apply it to Y. Might be something which has not been done, right? But it cannot be that you start. It will take a lot of time, lot of modification it will require. But that is also a big problem. Look around for possible applications. Find a novel application that seems to match your tools. How difficult it is to use your tools to solve the problem. Again, if no big technical challenge, go for a startup. Lots of big challenges. Again, write a proposal, right? Aim at important extension of the tool. Important extension. Find an unexpected application to use the best hammer. That is the tool for a century. It is solving this kind of problem. But what I did, the same tool, now it can solve other problem which perhaps it was very unexpected. Very good research, right? Possible. In practice, in fact, we do both, right? You use your imagination or talk to people in application domain to identify a new nail. You take courses and read literature to acquire newest or powerful hammer. You check out related areas for both new nails and new hammers. You read visionary papers and future work sections of research paper and then take a problem from there. This is what actually we are doing. So this is basically a problem-solving loop, right? Identify problem, explore formal information and create ideas, select the best idea, build and test the idea, evaluate the result, and go and find again new problem. By doing this, you might have come out already, right? So it is a problem-solving loop. So some methodological decision tree you will find in this process. So what we do, a primary objective, when we start researching, doing research, what for? Do I want a PhD degree? So this is my way, I need to have some publication. So what is the target? Publication, PhD requirement, increase your knowledge. For example, industry people what? Either for promotion or bonus or out of your own passion, you do research, right? So just you want to contribute, you want to increase the knowledge of society or people, solve the problem. So that is we have to understand the primary objective. Problem identification. Once you have that, then identify a problem. How to identify a problem? You have to find out what is available there, right? Behavior model, accounting model, there are so many. Particular problem models and definition. Then third is what? Once we identify a problem development and hypothesis generation. This problem can be solved by theory A, theory B, theory C, and so on. What we are going to, how we are going to solve that. General analysis selection. So it can be a particular hypothesis. When you have chosen, then go theoretical analysis. Go for empirical research. Right? And when we do that, you are doing simulation, you are doing experimentation, and you are collecting data. So data collection and measurement. When you have the data, what we do, analyze the data, interpret the data, right? Analyze it and interpret that. So conclude what you got from here and make an inference, right? So this you see, this is a huge process involved in the process of problem definition and the entire process of research. So problem identification and survey. So this is also important. How we define, as we say, we have to find out what is available there. Literature, paper, report, article, book, you attend seminar, webinar, right? These are normally what is the latest topic people discuss. Defining the problem to be tackled. Exact understanding of the problem leads to a better solution. Writing the definition of the problem and research objective. Writing makes an exact mind. Making a plan for management. And this is also very important because this is a long process. And if wherever you have a long process, until you have a direction, you have a roadmap, it will be very difficult. So let us take one example. How we come across a problem, how to start it. Okay. So maybe just it is my experience. It is nothing you find many of these that it is in the book or so on. It is based on our experience and learning and so on, attending many of this type of conferences, seminar or workshop, then we come out. And normally in academic environment, I think we see that it gives us a result. Okay. So trying to identify a problem, how to go about. So if you remember the 4 broad area, right? In the problem definition, what we have? Identify a broad area. Identify a broad area, which you might have a passion. For example, I'm a communication engineer, right? I teach communication, I learn, I keep learning and so on. So definitely, if I need to define a problem, identify a problem, I will look in some wireless communication, right? So identify a broad area. Let us say today, no, it is a hot topic, and a lot of people are working in this 5G wireless technology. This is a very broad area, right? 5G wireless. There are hundreds of research verticals you have where you can do you can identify a problem. So this is a broad area, 5G wireless technology. Now what is next? Search for recent research in 5G wireless technology. So I took a keyword phrase 5G wireless technology and I started process of searching and talking to people, attending webinar and so on. If you search, please add the keyword recent research. If you don't add this keyword, sometimes some topic will take you to 1856 history or 57 history. Based upon that, it will be very difficult to identify a problem. It is possible. It has happened. There are examples, but it is very rare, right? What we want, what is recently had happened, that information we want. So it is a good idea to search with this recent research in 5G wireless technology. Now, when you research, go through the pages, you will find so many, right? Massive MIMO, millimeter wave communication, NB-IoT, massive machine connectivity, D2D communication, self-organizing network, cloud drive, and there are so many broad areas again. But these are the information you will get. I never heard about massive MIMO. What I will do? Again, I will go into Google. Maybe Google is a good today. At least you try to know the definition. You try to know brief about what is that massive MIMO. So when you try to know, don't read any paper. Don't go for the skill. Okay, massive MIMO. This is something, it is very huge mathematics involved. Millimeter wave, next search. Okay, millimeter wave, it discusses at very high frequency, millimeter wave. Okay, NB-IoT, massive machine connectivity, cloud run, and little I spend time, I try to understand what is massive MIMO, what is millimeter wave and so on. Just briefly. From that brief information, what we get? We get, okay, which are the area having huge mathematics or for which I need really a very good background of mathematics. Or which are the field, which are these areas which might be a programming related. Okay. So definitely from this definition when we search, we will come to know. Let us consider, we find that, okay, learn a little bit of them. For example, this technology are physical layer, MAC layer, and so on, and so. So brief background, brief information about those broad area. And then I see, okay, my strength is programming. I'm very weak in mathematical analysis, right? Software, my motivation, my intention is, passion is towards writing program, code, and so on. So, okay, in this, what I have seen before is cloud run where, yes, some programming is involved. No much mathematics, perhaps. So, cloud run. Okay, so after spending a lot of time, we come to know, okay, cloud run, fine, in 5G technology. So, what it leads to? So my next search will be a Cloud RAN for 5G wireless. So 5G I started, right? And now Cloud RAN came. So I start now Cloud RAN for 5G wireless. And I do the same thing. Recent research in Cloud RAN for 5G wireless. And when you do, again, now the search will result in, and the paper will result in Cloud RAN in 5G wireless. It will not tell you maybe my MIMO or something else. Cloud RAN you will get as a keyword index. Right? And again, so many. Again, don't read paper. Just brief information on going through the pages, search pages. And you will see, you will note down maybe 10 to 15 of those. Okay, this is also important. This is fine. This is okay. And keep discussing with your colleagues. So from 10 to 15, again, you shortlist few of them, maybe 4 to 5, and again repeat the process. When you repeat the process, again you will see, okay, this is of interest to me, this is okay, this is not okay, this is hardware based, this is this based, and so on. Shortlist 1 or 2. And then you might come up with something that says optimizing resource allocation in Cloud RAN for 5G network. You see? Perhaps this can be a problem, right? Optimizing resource allocation in Cloud RAN. So the problem is to find out techniques whereby resource allocation in Cloud RAN is optimized. Right? So this is the problem. How we reach it? How we reach there? Of course, that problem which we are going to identify and solve, that has to be new. In the process, it will come. Because you will come to know what are the already process, what are the already technique available which optimizes. And we have to find something new. But to start with, this is our problem, optimizing resource allocation in Cloud RAN for 5G network. Right? So following these steps, actually it worked. Okay, and it has worked for many. So that is why I gave you example that how can we reach out to a problem. Researching is a process that demands planning, forethought, commitment, and persistence. It needs to be managed, navigated, and negotiated from early conception to a final destination. It is important for a student researcher or researcher to produce knowledge. It will also be a learning journey about both research itself and ability to manage intricacies and complexities. So it is the question. It is difficult to plan for a journey with a destination unknown. Knowing what you want to know does not mean your question must be set in stone from their first articulation. A research is an ongoing and iterative process. Explore methodology, letting the question drive the methods. Okay. So some remarks and quote you see, it might be motivating. Some men or women see things as they are and ask why. In other hand, others dream things that never were and ask why not. So this type of our question, supposed to be an approach supposed to be. So with this small detail, we could try to define a problem, right? So the first stage that we reach. Now once we define a problem, what is the next? The next stage is doing the research. So we have a problem, how to do the research. So doing the research, how to do the literature or state of art. That is the key, because we have to understand what is available there. If I have a problem to find out optimization technique, it is not the first time I hear about, maybe, perhaps, but there are so many optimization techniques available. We have to know it. We might need to reproduce them and then come up with a new techniques for optimization. Right? So state of art is important. At the same time, identify the researchers worldwide working in the same area. I'm not a single piece working in this area today, right? There are many people working. Follow them, identify first. Look at their publications and project. List out active researchers in the domain. Perhaps you can generate statistics of them, like a publication, projects, and so on. So good starting point is select some keywords. So we have already, you see, in the problem definition also we started with the keyword. So here also we have keyword. Optimization technique for this long phrase. If you cannot say actually keyword, it is a long phrase. Do the systematic research. Analysis of the previous results. This is important. Existence of similar results. We have to know what is the result or same type of result available. What are the good references? This is another problem for us. You find that there is lot of scraps available in many of the journals, international journals, so and so and so and so, and they promise you to publish next week. How it is possible? It is not possible to publish anything in this short period of time. So we have to identify a good reference from where I can build a background, I can refer it, and what is the best and recognized result available so far. So there are a lot of scientific resources, right? But normally we classify them into two, primary sources and secondary sources. So what are those primary sources? Especially scientific journals and magazines. They give you updated technology information, updated results, the methods, algorithms, proceedings of scientific meetings, the patents, the technical reports, dissertations, the student thesis, edited book. Normally what we do, I'm working in this area and I know who are the researchers across the world who are working. I might invite to write a chapter in this and we are going to edit that book. So that also sometimes gives you updated information. And there are many literatures online and so on you can find. These are secondary sources, textbook, monograph, some journals article like a survey papers and so on, manuals, handbooks. These are called to be a secondary source. So what is that we are trying to search? We are trying to search the latest results available. Secondary resources will build up the background you need for that, for such research. But what is available there, it is from the primary resources. Okay, that gives current. And what is the quality? Some of the qualities of those resources. Journal paper, for example. Why we want to go for a journal rather than conference proceeding? The journal paper is exact and qualitative research result. You don't have a couple of results only in the journal paper. Perhaps a huge set of results, mathematical analysis, detail is available in the journal that you don't find in the conference proceeding. Published after a strict review by other experts. Remember, in the last stage we had a peer review. So journal is something which you submit and it gets published. No, if it gets published, there is no validation. Please don't count it as a publication. Okay? Until and unless your work has gone through peer review process. Okay, we will see that who are the peers and reviews. conference paper, little bit less strict than or less strict than journal. Maybe few results you have, it is okay to publish because it is ongoing work and can hear the authors talk directly in the meeting. So this is the advantage of conference. Book or book chapter, it does not give you new information, but some experts, they summarize very well the available or state of art. Written by expert, gathered and explained previous results by experts. Look for the journals of high impact factor and very reputed like IEEE, IIT, Springer, Science Direct, Wiley, and so on. And there are a lot of such the web page you find for finding the scientific articles such as Inspect you have, ISI knowledge you have, Cirrus you have, IEEE Explorer, of course we have seen, Science Direct, Elsevier, TANDF. There are many such, right? Some electronic resources you might find bibliographic with abstract, full text article, conference proceeding like ACM proceeding, ISI proceeding, IEEE proceeding, many proceedings from the Springer, e-book, e-journal, thesis, dissertations. There are huge resources we have. Citation, if you wish, Web of Science, Scopus, we will see what is the citation, what is the importance. Reviews, computing reviews, standards, you go to IEEE, British Standards, HC, ITUR, ITUT, these are the standards organization. Patent, on IEEE also you can find the patent information on European Patent Office. Gartner e-commerce, right? Gartner curve, perhaps we know, most of us we know. In news, you can go through ISI emerging markets and so on. For the patents, you can search IBM online patent and US PTO government patent, European patent. Research is not done in vacuum. So this means that something is available, we might target. We are not only born as an Einstein, unfortunately. Right? So from where we get idea, from where we generate idea, we have to listen, we have to discuss, we have to read. So there is no shortcut. We have to do. If you don't want to read, please listen to webinar, listen to seminar every day. And listening is the best optimization technique, I think. If you read a book which you can understand, perhaps in 1 year, by listening few hours, you will understand that well. The researchers needs to know what has already been covered in the field of research. What variables were analyzed? What were the relationship amongst that variables? What are the existing theories and findings? And the purpose of literature review to explore the works of others, to look at existing relevant works in your research area, to identify important variables from other studies, to identify gaps, misconceptions, contradictions in the issues relevant to your research, and to assist in developing your research design. So searching the database, of course, IEEE Explorer is very huge, right? A lot of information you can get. You just open IEEE Explorer and you issue the keyword, whatever you want to search, and you see that a huge database is available, a huge publication list will be available. Of course, when you click, you might not able to download, but article, title and abstract, it will be available. Title and abstract, it is open for everyone. Right? So IEEE Explorer is better suited for a variety of digital content, the ability to perform advanced searches via global search box, stemming within the proximity, wildcard. Actually, this IEEE Explorer now it has lot of enriched experience, having modification and updated versions are available. I will show you some some of this information where you might be motivated. You can search with the index term in this database. You have a huge index. You can search according to year. You can, if you know some author, you can search from the author list or so on. So it allows you on a variety of searches that you can do in this IEEE Explorer. You even don't have to log in. Sometimes even you log in, you might not be able to download many of them. The reason being they require subscription. And for example, if I can download everything which is available in Explorer, perhaps from my institution login ID, because institution is paying some 20 lakh, 25 lakh for annual subscription. Many organizations like Samsung, Nokia, Wipro, they might be having, and therefore you will be able to download any paper from this Explorer. But on personal login, very few restricted paper you will get. Okay, but they are good to search and to identify what you want to search, and it will give you a lot of information. Now we have new features like if you are a regular author or you are an author, then it will give you information about the authors. So you can read about the author who are publishing in IEEE. So this is an added feature that recently, a couple of years before, it is added. And then if you have any question about this, you can go to API portal and then you find out any such questions that you will get answer to that. There are many other features you have. There are author tools available, user tips available, and there are many features with the Explorer. So there is something very important that it has come. It is a code OSIN. The code OSIN is where you can download the code. You can see the actually programming code. It is done in MATLAB for the result that has been published in the Explorer. Okay, so that is called as a code OSIN. View and run code in IEEE Explorer. So for that, if you see on the Explorer, you find the code. So that indicates that for some of these publication code is available. So if you click onto that, then you see something down here, code and domains, and if you click that, you will find the code, MATLAB code. So they are asking if you wish to let people know, you can include your code, MATLAB code which you have for those results, right? So the code OSIN, this is a new feature in IEEE Explorer. Innovation Queue Plus. This is another very important tool today we have in Explorer that gives you a patenting all the top organizations who patent the technology, and you can find it here alphabetically. You take Amazon like this. So these are the patents listed by organizations who are the top patent filing agencies. Organizations. Innovation Queue Plus. So this is also available. A number of good short videos on how to search IEEE Explorer is also available. Visit those links and try to search. ProQuest. This is another very, very important tool for searching. It gives you database from very long period of time, for example, 1997 or so on. Of course, there are many other search engines like Google, Intuit, Cyrus, and so on. So you can make use in order to search whatever information you want. But what is required is we have to update ourselves and how to stay up to date. Read the main journals regularly. Attend scientific meetings. Magazine and letters, they give you updated information. Letters sometimes within 6 months it gets published. Magazine, of course, it publishes around 1.5 or 2 years, but you get latest updated information, and which is understandable, readable by anyone, many people without even background of that area. Contents direct elsewhere, such the way professional societies like in IEEE, personal contacts, seminars, and so on. So we have to keep ourselves updated if we want to continue research or do the research. So a good starting point, the question is how to start, right? Doing the research, and when we have find out many state of art and so on. So this is again like how we define a problem. This process, this is also well proof. We have experimented it, and we find that they are very helpful. Okay, so what is the starting point? How to start with, right? So take few recent published work from journal and transaction. Do not try to refer conference paper proceeding. Why? Remember, the conference, very little information is available. Few results are available. But in the other place, in the journal transaction, you have exhaustive information. A lot of results possible, most of the situations and environment and most of the variables are considered in that publication. So take a few recent published work from journal and transaction which is very close to your work area. Okay, read them in detail. So once we select 2 to 3 journal papers, we read, we try to understand and reproduce the available result in that journal. Reproducing doesn't mean that copy and paste the results, right? If I want to reproduce, this means that I have to understand completely the paper. And if I'm given a chance, I can rewrite that paper. That is the meaning of reproducing, right? But if we do it with 2 to 3 journal paper, you will get a lot of scrap idea in your mind. Oh, in this paper, authors discuss this. They use this architecture of receiver and they got these results. Whereas in this paper, the same concept, but architecture used is different and they are getting this result. You have little background, right? Sometimes you will refer, oh, professor was teaching some other architecture also. What will happen if I use that architecture? Who is telling not to use? Please use that architecture. Right? Please apply the other methods. But from where we got idea? We got this idea after reading these 2 to 3 journals. So when you do that, when you repeat, when you reproduce those exhaustive journals, a lot of scrap comes in our mind. Please use those. Go through the process, and when you go through, you will definitely get new result. And if you get new result, what is research? Getting something new. Right? This means that it is possible to publish it. So generate some new results, maybe incremental, but incremental result is possible to be published in conference proceeding. Right? By this, you are able to understand what is the best result available, because those journals you have taken, it is a current journal, latest journal available, and latest journal available, latest result is available. So when you know the latest result and you produce some results, it is new. So what is the best result available? Which are the techniques used to obtain this result? You will be able to make an inference and be able to think if other techniques are used, what will happen? Which are the parameters considered? Are there more parameters? Can it be generalized? Can it be used for a particular application? And if, what additional changes are required? And many more, which automatically will come to your mind. And then please use them. Please go through the process, use those what you are getting, and definitely you will get new results. And if you get new results, definitely it is publishable, right? So this is again the proven method that what we have seen. So maybe you too can do it if you want, and if you want to do research. So our next segment will be a little bit more lengthier, authoring. So I think we can take a pause for 5-7 minutes, and then we will continue. So it is up to you if you want to take pause, and if you want to have some question discussion, I'm available. I can take it, and after question discussion, then we can take 5 minutes break, just maybe bio break and come back. Because this may be a little bit longer session than what we have done. So Vasda, what is your suggestion? Are you there?
Sir, Changappa here. So yes, like Subhash sir has dropped off.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to play the video that you wanted to share earlier?
It will be good if you do that, please. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 second. I'll be taking the presenter access for a while.
Sure. So meanwhile, you can have, if you're at home also, you can have tea, coffee, water, bio, maybe for 7 or 10 minutes maximum.
Naveen sir, do you want to address some of the questions that we have received?
Sorry. Yeah, Chenkappa, you will speak.
Yeah. So we have some questions on chat and Q&A. So before we start the next session, can we address them, or do you want to do it at last?
Yeah, if the questionnaire is available, we can address absolutely. And if I will able to answer that, I can do.
Oh, okay, so I will read some of the questions from chat and Q&A, and probably you can share your thoughts on that. So one question what we have received is, if we are solving a totally new industry problem for which there are no existing solutions available, how do we compare the results of these solutions when writing a paper?
Yeah, very good question. In fact, since as you say, there is no new solution available so far, so it is better to let it go to a scientific community for review. So please submit it to a journal if you have exhaustive explanation and everything. Submit to a reputed journal, and then let scientific community and expert handle it and see what is their comment. For example, I come across this. I have a professor, very old, senior professor from Warsaw University, Poland, and he is working in something which was during Sinan time. You may be knowing many mathematicians and communication engineers. They must be knowing Sinan, right? Sinan, Furials. So during 1970 or 69, 68, the analog communication was on peak and a lot of research was going on. And then suddenly in the 80s, digital communication came, and digital communication was giving us a lot of things, and most of the things that is why for decades we rely on the digital communication. So nobody looked back to that analog part, and after 70, I think it was absolutely dropped out problem. But this professor from Warsaw I'm referring to, so he started taking that problem and started all over again. And he shared his experience that he could do some new discovery, some new addition to that 70 what they were discussing, Shannon and so on. And he proved mathematically also, simulation also, that this system can work better than digital communication. And what was his comment that when he is submitting paper, not a single paper for 4 years was accepted by scientific community. But he continued doing that, and he continued proving by theory, by simulation, even with experiment, and then people started realizing, and it started, getting accepted. And in the next two years of time, he could publish the same result with a so exhaustive that it became a transaction paper. But the first paper, it was accepted after 4 years as a letter, very short. Right? But so what I'm trying to say is that if there is something not available and it is new, we do not know. We do not have a comparison. But if there is an experiment available, if we can do experiment, if we can test our hypothesis, that is the best thing we can do. And then after testing, we can put it into scientific community by submitting a paper or exhaustive research, and then let them decide whether it is okay or not okay. So I think this is what we can do.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts on that. So the next question what we have is regarding the persistence that you shared in the first session. So what if a candidate or has multiple topics of interest, and then how would they go ahead about choosing a research topic?
See, definitely in that case, you should take the support of your colleague, you should talk to your colleague, you should talk to your professor, you should talk to somebody who is experienced in this area, in the sense research activity and so on, whether he or she is your colleague or manager or to some professor. You should reach out to them if you have this type of problem that, okay, I have a multiple, but even before reaching out, I don't think you will be having so much of interest. Okay, everybody might today they have interest in smart city and IoT, but IoT, going into research in IoT, you have to identify a problem. In the IoT, what do you want to do? Do you want to develop a hardware, or do you want to develop a protocol for communication? And that protocol, it is at MAC layer or networking layer or application. So initially, we might have multiple interest. But if we do little bit more research, then your interest will go in some direction. Because you will be refusing many things. Oh, this requires mathematics. I had interest, but this is a huge mathematics. I don't know. I'm not so strong in mathematics. So you will remove that, and then you will take your next interest, and then you will try to go a little bit deeper into that and try to see, okay, what is this work about? Is it based upon programming? Is it based upon this tool, MATLAB, or this tool, that tool? What? So definitely, I believe your focus area will little bit minimize from a very broad number. And then if ultimately you have 4 choices, either one of the choice you take, start doing it, maybe it will take time, but I'm 100% sure after 3 to 4 months, you will again reach out to a 1. If still you don't, please communicate, please discuss with your group, please discuss with some seniors, please discuss with your colleagues and take help of them. They will be the right person to suggest you and give you some direction.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that brief answer. So the next question is there a maximum or a stipulated time period between problem formulation and presentation?
There is no, but I believe what normally in academic environment, what we are facing problem is in defining the problem. So it takes relatively longer time. What we understand, and also it is well known, if you have defined a problem, it is almost half solved, right? So that it takes little bit time, but there is no, I don't think there is a really any time bound that, okay, within 2 years if you work, it will come up a new solution. No, why? What is that? If you put your effort, it is possible that within a few months you can get a new result. But remember, what is new result? In order to understand new result and know the new result, you have to know what is available there. Then only you can say it is new, right? So I don't think there is a time bound. However, if you are trying to ask from the academic environment part of this, I think 4 years is very normal time period and minimum time period that it takes to come up with a solution and get a PhD degree, something like that. But no, on an average 5 years or 6 years, it is good. But if you are a full time and you are really motivated, highly motivated, you can come up in a very short time period. And there is no exact answer for this.
Yeah, we understand, sir. Thank you. So the next question is, if a new paper is submitted, how do we ensure that it is not copied by someone else as it goes through multiple stages of peer review and so on before being published?
Yeah, so what we do initially, there is a process I will highlight in the coming section and coming time. But okay, briefly I can answer. What we do immediately, first thing is, let's say if it is a journal, right? So you submit it and it goes to editorial office. In editorial office there are staffs. So the edit secretary might check. First, they will see what is the formatting you have, whether you have put wrongly in the wrong area of scope of the journals and so on. So they will check. Then there might be assistant editor who will see, okay, whether this topic is within the scope of this or no. They will read little title and abstract and they will see, okay, fine, it is within the scope. What about the formatting? How you have prepared it? Some English language, by reading 2 to 3 paragraphs, they will understand. And at any stage, if they find that it is not suitable, they will put you already in bracket. Other thing they do is they check the similarity report, plagiarism. So what is how much percentage that similarity is there? So we have various tools. They check the similarity across. So with that similarity report, plagiarism report, we come to know that how much percentage of similarity. And depending upon the journal, depending upon the conference proceeding, we allow up to certain extent. But if you have kept the similarity percentage around 10%, even we have a cross tool, for example, in IEEE, the cross tool, it checks for all possible resources more than any other tool. So there is a possibility that if you have checked with some tools which gives you 10%, it is possible that cross check might tell me 16% still allowed. So maximum, I think 20 to 25% is allowed at maximum, but you should not keep a target more than 10 to 12% from your original, when you are submitting. So the similarity report is the first that they try to check, and then they check within the scope or not and formatting. So these are the initial stages in the editorial office. Same thing is done in the case of conference proceeding by TPC chair and co-chair. So TPC chair and co-chair, the moment you submit it within the deadline or so on, we check it for the similarity report. And if we find the similarity report is above certain threshold, which we measure it, we can keep it 15%, we can keep it 17%, we can keep it 20%. There is no standard, but I think up to 20-22% is maximum allowed in the conference. If it is more than that, we return it. We say that we don't say how much percentage similarity report is there, but we say that no. Unfortunately, your paper is not accepted. Okay, and perhaps we might not send this to a reviewer also in the initial stage, because you will still learn in the next title that how important the reviewers are. So we cannot simply waste reviewer time by sending those type of paper which has similarity report very high. So these are the process in the initial which whether to pass it or not. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think there are a couple of more questions. I think can we take this now and then continue?
We can take it at the end. I think we can start it.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's a better idea. Let's take it at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a pause period, so we thought, okay, let us do it. Yeah, so I can share now back. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like you have the share access here.
Yeah. So let me go to that. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you very much and welcome back. So what we have seen is we could define a problem briefly, and we have addressed the problem, or we are addressing that problem. The next part is authoring. It means if we want to publish, then we can publish it, or what to do with the result. So the next part is about this, publishing your research work, how to write for periodicals or conference or technical article. So until now what we have seen is problem definition, that we try to formulate a problem and then we address the problem. By addressing the problem, we might have a partial solution, we might have a full solution, we might have a product development, we might have a prototype. Right? So many results available. The question is what to do with that result. So this means the presentation. Do you want to patent? Do you want to publish it? Or just prepare a thesis report and keep it in library somewhere? What to do? Right? And of course, the last one. So let's work out with authoring, that is presentation. So hopefully this might be more interesting. So let us see. So considering in authoring your paper, so what is that we have to consider? So when we want to author, when we want to write, we have the choices. The choices means where? That is the question. And I think this is also an important question to answer it, address it. Where? Should we publish to a journal? Go for a conference? If a journal, where? IEEE, elsewhere, Science Direct, or in the science, or where? Audience, choose the audience. And there are different audience. Who reads? Who will read? And of course, a group. Without them, you cannot publish, the peer. Right? So who? Audience. And then, if you have decided them, then structure your paper. how are you going to structure? And some definitely ethics we have to follow, and maybe some author tools available. So the question, this last three is how. How do you prepare a manuscript which can be publishable, right? So let us see one by one. So when we say that, okay, publish, we agree to publish. The question is what to publish. So new result. I think now you will be understanding, you might be understanding why I was focusing on new. I took the keyword from the beginning, new. What is the result? What is the research? Something new. Okay. It means if we want to publish, it has to be new. And where? And of course, how? If you want to patent, you can go for patent. If you want to prepare a report, you can do that. Okay. But what we are going to do in this is we want to publish it. We are not going for patent. Our work is publication. So I think we know what is a publication, right? Or what is publishing. It is a dissemination of literature or music information in technical terms. So I don't want to spend time in this. We know what is publication, dissemination, right? Think about why you want to publish your work. Is it new and interesting? Is it current hot topic? Have you provided solution to some difficult problem? Are you ready to publish at this point? If you answer these questions yes, then yes, you are ready. And hopefully we are ready. Okay. So what to publish? Original research. These are detailed studies reporting original research and classified as primary literature. You see, in the beginning, we classified resources. Some are primary and some are secondary. Why primary? Because you will find their new findings. Until now, what is available? Recently, what is available? Right? So this is, if we have, then definitely we can publish. And this can be hypothesis, this can be, methods, results, interpretation of findings, and discussion of possible implications. New and original results or methods. So what to publish and what not to publish. So we understand what to publish. Even it is possible, review also and summary also can be published. I will tell you, I will give you example also. Manuscript that advance the knowledge of understanding in a certain scientific field. If we have such material, it is publishable. But what not to publish? Reports of no scientific interest. Out of date work. It is done something in 1856, which is very old. Again, you are redoing it. No, not important. Duplications of previous published work. Do not cut and copy and paste. So avoid this. These are not to be published. If you see some understanding you might be having, so let us try to check your understanding. Are you ready to publish? You have published a paper and since doing so have carried out further related research with new findings. So do you publish that finding? Yes, why not? Okay, good. Let us see this. Are you ready to publish? You have carried out an extensive experiment and plan to slice the findings for submission of several different papers to multiple journals. Is that acceptable practice? No. If you have done extensive experiments and collected all the results, please summarize them, put them together into one. Do not slice in multiple just to make a count that I have 10 publications out of the same work. Okay. So choices. Where? So that is the first question it comes. If we have the result, so where to publish? The example can be journal, can be conference proceeding, can be magazine. It can be a review article as well. But review article is considered as a secondary resources. And normally a review article is invited. Other thing is normally a conference does not accept a review article. We organize conferences, and as a TPC chair and reviewer, even you find a review on so and so and so and so. What does it mean? And you have authors which include professor, include so and so. Conference, if you look at the website, they never tell you that you can submit a review paper. No, normally no. Okay. So avoid. Very experienced and expert write it because it requires a critical analysis of many references. I'll give you an example. Okay, but review article, although it is a secondary, I think it is good to publish, but there is a problem when to publish and who can publish. Okay, so that will come from one example. You can also publish letters. It is called as a short communication in short period of time. Might be maximum 2-page length. You don't have introduction, you don't have background, you direct put a question, and you write a methodology and say that some solutions are positive, solutions are available. This is a letter. So this you can call as an advanced copy of your transaction paper or a journal paper that you want to immediately let scientific community know this group is working on this concept, okay, and we are in the process of getting result. So that is the idea. Okay, letters. You can also write a book chapter or even book, but they are normally secondary source. Self-evaluate your work. Is it sufficient for a full article? Or are your results so thrilling that they should be shown as soon as possible? That is what I told you in case of letter. Right? We develop some methodology which is new, right? And somebody should come up before we do. We should submit it. Let scientific community know that we have come up with some new, even very brief letter. Ask your supervisor and your colleagues for advice on manuscript type. Sometimes outsiders can see things more clearly than you. Let us take one example of survey and tutorial. Right? This is again from IEEE survey and tutorial paper. From the title itself, if you see privacy in smart city, applications, technologies, challenges, and solutions. Title does not tell me that something new authors is going to do or tell, right? So that is the first thing we are seeing, because it is a survey paper. You can go through in the abstract also. It won't tell that what is new here, what we have done, what is the new result. No, because it is a survey. But what I am going to inform you, to tell you, is that who can write and how do we write, and that you can understand from this. From this, what is that? This is, you see it is published in volume 20 issue, first quarter 2018. And what you have to see is, you see the number of pages. 489 to 516. It is 16 and 11 here, 27 pages. 27 pages, 10 font size, 2 columns. Now, if we convert it into a single column, 12 font or even 10 font size, how many pages will it go? Around 40 plus, definitely. This is number one. Second, you see the references, 267 references. And at least 50% or 40% of references must have been, or they are critically analyzed in this write-up. The question is, are we eligible to do that? Can we be critically analyze what is existing in these 200 plus references? Sometimes our MTech thesis or even PhD also we wind up in 60, 75, where most of the literature review and will be there. Where is our work? So that is why we say that normally this is written, survey paper is written by very experienced people. Now see that. Another example. Towards energy efficient wireless networking in big data era, a survey. Now look at the authors. Of course, today it has become trend that when you, for example, submit a thesis, especially for PhD scholars, when you submit a thesis, you start preparing this survey paper, and it should be done. But what is your part? What as a research scholar you are doing? You already have a collected information. You just give it to the supervisor, and supervisor will find few more experienced and senior people, and then they will be actually writing your collected information. So you can see one IEEE student member must be PhD scholar, okay? Then you see the people. You may be knowing the fellow of IEEE, right? How great and who becomes fellow. They are very senior, very expert. You search any of these authors, you don't find very young or so on, except this chap, who a student member. What he has done? Collected information. And during 5-6 years of your research, you have already huge collection, up to date. So this is how we write a survey paper. So now, why it is important for a PhD research scholar that when you submit a thesis, you should write a survey paper with the help of supervisor and other experts, because in your area, now you can summarize at least for 5, 6 or 10 years of work what has been done. So that next people, those who are working in your area following, they don't have to search more. And see your citation. The citation of this survey will definitely increase. Everybody who is working in an area, who will be working tomorrow, they will be referring last 5 years of summarize, which you have summarized. Right? So this is very important, but what is your role, what you are doing? You have the collection, please push professor, please push, find out other experts, summarize all this when you have submitted, because when you have submitted your thesis, you have some time. Please do that, use that. Okay? This is a survey paper. Look at your references. This will help you to narrow down the choices. Review recent publication in each candidate journal. So if we think that we have sufficient results, we can try for a journal. Now we can go to Science Direct, we can go to Elsevier, we can go to IEEE and see those journals. Read the scope of the journal. Sometimes the scope might be very wide, and it is difficult to find out from the scope. Then we have to go into some of the recent publications of the previous volume. And when you see, you will come to know, okay, what I'm planning, what we are working, whether it is a suitable journal where we can go. So review some recent publication in each candidate journal. Find out the hot topics and accepted types of article in that journal. Also ask yourself, is the journal peer review? Who is this journal audience? What is the average time to print? What is the journal's impact factor? These are some of the parameters which tells you. which measures the quality of the work that you are trying to, you have come up with. So these are the parameters we can be search for when we try to identify a suitable journal for submission. However, decide on one journal. It is prohibited to submit your one paper to multiple journals simultaneously. Please don't do it. It is illegal. It is prohibited. But before going to that, we have to identify, should we go for a journal or conference? So what are the parameters we have for either going for a conference or going for a journal? What is the value we have? So let us look at first the content-wise. A journal article is fully developed, presentation of your work and its final findings will not be less than around 12 pages. Normally, it can go to 20 pages. As you have seen a survey paper, it goes even more. Detailed methodology, mathematical analysis, algorithm, flowchart. It has original research result presented and not incremental, exhaustive, and many results. Clear conclusions are made. When you can conclude clearly, when you have done everything possible in that case, in that environment. References, citations are more. So normally a journal, if you include a few references, it is not good. The editors, they will think that you don't have that great knowledge. You don't have done the literature review. You do not know what is the state of art available. Immediate effect. But a journal, if you have 25 plus references, okay, people will consider, okay, it is okay, reasonable. Okay. However, if you see the conference article, it can be written while research is ongoing. Also, of course, original research work. You can present a preliminary couple of results, incremental also, few results. Gain informal feedback to use in your research. Why we do? We have a partial result and therefore we want to get comment what we are doing. What is the methodology we are following? It is correct or not? Should we continue or should we not do that? So this opportunity you get in the conference process. Gain informal feedback. Not so much of math and equation. You don't find so much mathematics and equation in conference paper. And please try to avoid it. You don't need those mathematics and huge explanation needed in journal, not in conference. First thing is you have limitation of the pages, right? Some of the high top class of conference, if you see Globecom, ITC, they don't allow you more than 4 pages. Now in 4 pages, what you will do? And most of the conference, they will ask you to restrict yourself in 6 pages. Now in 6 pages, what material you will put? So there is no need of giving all the mathematical details or so on. So that's why we are referring. We do not take it as a base paper. So always refer journal and transaction which has huge and complete in itself. Conference articles are typically shorter than the journal articles. And it has fewer references. Again, now you have seen that if your journal you have less than 25 or something, editors will immediately see, okay, you don't have the state of art knowledge. But in the other hand, conference pages are limited, 6 pages. And if this 6 page, out of 6 page, 1 page completely you are filling with references giving 20 or 15 or 17, then again the editor will think or TPC chair will think you don't have material to put. That is why you have included so many references. So very standard, a typical number of references in conference is 7 to 9. Do not put lot of references. If okay, why? Because it is requires recent and relevant only. Recent and relevant. Okay, in place of 7, 9, if you have 11, 12, okay. But definitely not more than 12, 13, 15, 17, 20. But when you review a paper, you find sometimes 27, 30, 45 in a conference. How come? What is the message we are getting? Something lack of information, this generic information, right? That is our journals. Now this is also another where. Should we go for a traditional where we are transferring the copyright? Or should we go for open access? Both have merits and demerits. When we transfer the copyright, it means we are not paid. But if you are submitting to an open access, you will be asked to pay. Author pays for the publication. But in the case of traditional, author does not need to pay. And most of the publishers now, they have come up with a hybrid mode. If you want copyright, you don't pay. If you want open access, you pay. Okay? So in the case of traditional journal, authors do not pay. As author, you transfer the copyright. The users and libraries pay for the access, of course. But that payment goes to the publisher because you have not paid them. In the case of open access, author pays. Hybrid mode is also available. But what is the advantage you have? In case of open access means anybody can download whole paper anywhere. And if you download, it means you can go through the paper and the possibility of citation increases. But if I know only the title and abstract in case of copyright, with the abstract you don't get clear idea. But yes, if title and abstract makes you sense, you might purchase that article. Possible. But who wants to purchase in the first instance? So citation will be less. The chances of citation will be less in the case of copyright. Okay. So if you see both journal versus, and especially in the case of IEEE, so IEEE journals are cited 3 times more often in patent application than other leading publishers. IEEE conferences are well known and understood to be a quality one, right? IEEE, everybody would like to. However, a high percentage of articles submitted to this are rejected. And you have little bit soft in the conference case, but as per policy, they also have a percentage of acceptance. Okay. So finding the right IEEE publication or conferences, IEEE has 195 unique publications, around close to 200. Right? Review the journal listings, who read it, what they publish, what kinds of article they want, right? And in the case of conferences, around 1700 plus conference proceedings are available almost every year. Again, review the conference calendar, find a good match for your research subject matter and try to submit it, fulfilling those criteria, what we can include, what we cannot include. I have another opinion about the open access and copyright. Although open access is also good, the publisher such as IEEE has open access, maintains the quality. But still, there seems to be some biasing. So if you have really done a very good work, you want to see that your work is accepted, let it go free. Don't pay. In this case, the comment you will get, maybe you will be satisfied with the comment. Okay, but in the case of open access, there is, in my opinion, this is a personal remarks. Okay, I don't say all, but because the publisher, they have to maintain the quality. But if you compare both of them, there is a little wise. Other important parameter you have to check is the timing of publication. Some of the journal takes 2 years of time to publish. Now you have submitted, it goes through revision, minor revision, again revision, and then possibly you will able to get the result. Get the good comment also. I have come across. I review regularly. I think we also became that okay. We definitely review as a professional, but the authors, which I know, well-known authors, they submitted. But it was so written, especially from China, that language and other thing was a lot of problem. And I think the senior professor and researchers, they had no time, in fact, to see that detail. You might not be believing, but that paper I reviewed 4th time, and in the 5th time, it was accepted by me. And until 4th time, I gave a detailed comment, and they keep on correcting and resubmitting it. Finally, there were 3 reviewers. In the second submission, both of them got satisfied, but I used to give a detailed comment, and editor also understood the comment is valid, and therefore they keep on returning to authors and ask the modification. Authors were also rigid that they have to submit and they have to get it published, so they kept on modifying, and finally, after 4th repetition, 4th submission, it was accepted. So it takes time. Reviewers are not sitting to review your paper if you have submitted, right? And that's why editor, when they approach, they say, okay, if you have a time for 4 weeks, you can submit your comment in 4 weeks or 6 weeks or so on, depending upon that. They have the list, right? If you say, I don't have time to review in 2 weeks, they will find some other reviewers. So it is not, but still we are in hurry. As author, we are in a hurry. What to do? So if you have some incremental result and so on, let us go for a conference proceeding. Because conference time is limited, right? So if it is accepted at least and presented, you can say, okay, my paper has been accepted and presented in this conference. In Explorer, it might come little late, no problem. Okay, so conference is normally faster. Okay, however, some journals have come with a fast rejection. I'll tell you what is fast rejection. Another parameter is impact factor. So impact factor is, it indicates how many times the more recent papers in that journal are cited on an average. Impact factor shows the quality of the journal, right? So let's take example. You can say the average annual number of citations per article. What does it mean, citation? It means when we are doing research, we are following something. We are checking who has done recently what and what is the results available. And when we are writing, trying to publish, we cite them. See, this is a basic information available in that. Based upon that, I took that information and I'm proceeding ahead. Right? Or some theorem that you want, you have taken from the previous, we need to cite that work. That is called citation. So this kind of citation is also important. That is the quality of the journal. So impact factor we calculate like this. So this is an example you can see. So how many, the number of times that all items published in that journal in the previous 2 years were cited by indexed publication during 2013. So for previous 2 years it is taken, and then we find we get this is impact factor. So many of our transactions you have 4, 16. Nature, if you see, the great, and it is not easy to publish in Nature, right? The spectrum you see, latest information available, of course, impact factor is not. Transaction paper you see, the impact factor 4, 6, 16, 32. So the quality of the work. Okay. Another example you have, but I hope you understood what is impact factor. Normally, most of the citation happens in some couple of years, 5-6 years. You find that your people will be citing your work. After that, it becomes old. Yeah, because recent relevant some other group is working, and those people might have cited your work, and then following people will be citing their work. Why they will cite your work, which is 5 years before or 10 years before? However, this is not always true. For example, Einstein or some developed a theory, and for 100 years it has nothing happened, and today every year it has more than 10,000 citations. But today in our research environment and community, this is the space. There is another parameter, and sometimes people confuse H index. Impact factor shows the quality of the journal, but H index, it shows the author quality of author. Okay, so it measures both the productivity and citation impact of publication by a scientist or a scholar. So H index is about the scientist or the scholar or the publisher or the authors, you can say. The H index correlates with the obvious success indicators such as winning some prize, or you have the award and so on. So next is audience. So such choice, where I think we have seen what the parameter we need to know when selecting either journal or conference. If journal, which journal, based upon your results and so on, right? Quality. Next is the audience. There are two classes, right? One is who reads scientific papers, and other is who write the scientific papers. And both will be reading your paper, right? So who reads? Normally engineers, scientists, educators, researchers, right? Either from academia, research lab, or corporation, or government. And of course, they will only write. Same group. Engineers, researchers, right? Academia. But motivation might be different. For example, in academic institution, depending upon how many publications we have every year, there may be some bonus, there might be increment, there might be something. But for industry, those who are well-established scholar, what is that? You want to contribute to society, you do. Right? Maybe you might have some promotion based something like, but it is not. Your motivation is different. Right? So maybe motivation is different, but groups are same. Industry participants of an author conference paper, but much smaller subset contribute to journal articles. This is also our observation, that from industry you try to publish in conference, but do not try to go for the journal. What I typically editors and reviewers are looking for. Now, when we submit, for example, what is that they try to see? Editors and the reviewers. The content that is appropriate. What does it mean appropriate? Is it within the scope? And the level of the work, depth of the work. Clearly written original material that addresses new and important problem, that addresses extension of previously published work. Sometimes you might be getting invitation. You wrote a conference paper is published or presented, and then so many editors will be approaching you that you can submit your extended version in this journal, in that journal, and so on. What does that mean, extended version? If you go into detail, you find the extended version. What does it mean? Should not be more than 30% of similarity. It means you should have much addition in your published work with respect to analysis, with respect to result, with respect to why they approach you. Because we know in the conference, because of limitation, because of ongoing process, we do not have complete result. But since conference paper you have presented, it is next 6 months, you must have completed your whole work. Possibly you can publish, you will be looking for some journal, try to submit in this journal. But most of them, they will false, don't get a victim of that. You have to see what is that journal, who is the editor that approaching you for which journal. That is important. Valid methods are rational. Illustration, tables, graph, and support, the text references. So these are all things that they see. They might not read in detail. The detailed technical contribution and other things will be read by the reviewer. At the editors, they see you just overall. And some of the remarks from these editors, you see, the following problems appear much too frequently. Editor says 40 to 60% articles are rejected by editors. You understand, editors? So I say that when you submit the paper, it goes to editorial office. And from editorial office, from the editors, 40 to 60% are rejected. And there are multiple reasons. Some of them that you know, some of them I will be telling you. The content is not a good fit, out of scope. I'm researching in 5G area. I have developed something and I'm submitting to a conference or journal paper, which is a biomedical engineering and something like that. Why? Maybe I'm in hurry. Maybe if there is a possibility of getting published or so and so. But why? In the communication, so many of focused journals are there. Why we want to go to submit in which is out of scope? Poorly written language. It is another very important, right? Language. Quality is not good enough. The depth. You have seen the differences in the journal contents and conference. Failure to format. This is another big problem. And I'm sorry to say, but many papers when we see from the industry, least bother about author guideline. They don't read at all. But it is very important to read the author guideline. If you don't read, you will not format properly. You will not choose the proper template. You will not properly keep your figures stable in a proper place, locations. These are the things given in the author guideline. Who has time to read author guideline, right? So failure to format. These are the major problems by which this many percentage of articles are rejected and the work was previously published. However, the reviewers, what the reviewers mostly they look for, there are serious scientific flaws. There is no original contribution. You are just trying to say something here and there. Inconclusive results or incorrect interpretation. Fraudulent research. It does not address a big enough problem or advance the scientific field. Reviewers have misunderstood the article. It means poorly written. They don't understand what you want to communicate. So these are well-known problems, and they find that these are too frequently appearing and major reasons for rejection. Some international editor says, same, much too frequently, submission of papers which are clearly out of scope, failure to format according to guideline of authors, inappropriate or no suggested reviewers. You might have experience of submission of a journal paper. When you submit a journal paper, they ask you suggested reviewers. Of course, most likely, you might the suggested reviewers, they will not send your paper. But there are purpose. There are purpose for this. Why they want you to include prospective reviewer? There are two, in my opinion. Number one, they want to increase their database, strengthen their database. If they not send your paper to these reviewers whom you are referring, maybe why you are referring them? Because you know that he or she is also working in the same area.
So with this, their database can be stronger. Number one. Second and main issue is, not issue, I mean purpose is, they want to know that, do you know who are the people working in the same area? For example, recently one of our paper, I warned my research scholar that the references that you have given is mostly, it is useless, you can say. Most of them it is a domestic and conference, and we are submitting to a journal. But he insisted me, sir, let us go and hurry and so on. I passed. And within 1 week, we got a comment that most of the references you have cited, they are from same country. You see? What does it mean? You are writing a detailed study, detailed result, trying to send to the scientific community, and you don't know who are the people working in this area. You only know the Indian authors who are working. That is not sufficient. What is available in this area, it is known to you globally. It is not from Bangalore, it is not from India, it is globally what is available. And then only you will understand what is new that I have done. Right? So that is the purpose. Inadequate response to reviewers. When we submit, again, I gave you one example, right, for 5 times. Many times it happens that without any modification, without any update, they resubmit it. Of course, you have to submit the answer to the previous comments in the next submission, revision version. But this is another problem by Regie, or you can say, authors that they want, okay, might be they might have overlooked, let us resubmit it. No. The standard of English. This is a bigger problem. Okay? Important before publishing, ask yourself these questions. Is this an important problem? I think we have already understood what is important, what is solid work, what is current and hot topic today. Right? Is it important work? Is the data collected and analyzed of interest to the wider community? What has been done in the past? Does this research significantly advances the field? Have I done something new and interesting? Is there anything challenging in my work? Is my work related directly to a current hot topic? Have I provided solution to some difficult problem? So before submitting, we should ask ourselves, evaluate. Again, good starting point. I think I gave with this example how to proceed. It is well established, it works out. So we produce the results of some of the existing ones, and then many scrap idea comes into our mind and use those ideas to find something new. Okay. So okay, after this background, now how to prepare? So preparing your manuscript or the structure, or we can say what makes a good manuscript. Okay, those are fine. You have to do this, you have to do that, but how? So what makes a good manuscript? It contains a clear, useful, and exciting scientific message. It flows in a logical manner that reader can follow. This is another very big problem we find. I can give you one example, and when you write, how you should write. Most of us might have read some novel. Let's say novel contains 20 chapters and you started somewhere in the afternoon. What is your motivation and objective? Will you sleep without completing 20 chapters or whole novel? I don't think so. So when you finish one chapter, the writer author keeps you motivated. You want to learn what next they might have done. Let me finish it. Let me know it. And in this process, it means you are connected. Author kept you connected in the flow. and therefore finally you complete without a break. And that is what we should write. This means that when we are writing sentences, each sentence should be connected. Each paragraph should be connected. Then it makes sense, and it will keep author motivated. Okay, you have done this. What is the next? How did you do that? Okay, if you have done this formula, if you have used this methodology, what are the results that you got? Let me see. So flow is very important, which we are missing. And of course, it comes with experience. Is formatted to the best showcase? See, for example, formatting is very important. If you download a paper, what is that first thing you see? One page you will see, and in one page, if you see in the introduction itself some figure, and that figure is also lying in some margin. Equations are written, anything. If you see some figure, it is copy and paste. What will be your reaction? I used to say just close it. Like that, I open, immediately I will cross and close that. So showcasing, packaging, formatting is important, right? It's written in a style that transmits the message clearly, then goes to writing. It is not necessary to write a long sentence and make it complex and put a synonym, which is difficult for me to understand. Please note, if I read the paper, if it is a simple, if I understand, it is good. I cannot go back to a dictionary to search your keyword, what you have written there. No, I don't have that much time. Nobody has. No reviewer will do that. Try to avoid that. Try to write very simple, which is understandable and conveys very clear message. Many people, especially youngsters, they have this. No, they will keep on searching synonym, and very difficult. Which even I don't know today. Only I came to know, but I will put it. Please avoid this. Okay. This is not a creative writing class. Journal space is precious. Be concise. If clarity can be achieved in n words, do not write it in +1. More difficult than you imagine. Okay? So this had very high impact when the reviewer reviews that article. So it is all about the readers. Remember, editors and reviewers are in this group. Your paper can pass or fail depending upon the reviewers and editors, because they are going to read, they are going to understand, and they don't know you. Even they know, list brother, as a professional, I know Satya, but if something is wrong, or I know Suvasda also, if something they have not written properly, what I'll do? No, these are the problems. If you want, I can guide you, I can tell you how the correction can be done. But if I don't have time, I will reject. Right? Professional. In this, there is nothing that we can say, because otherwise there is a quality on which we are playing. And unfortunately, something like this is happening. Writing a good manuscript is not easy. Be prepared to work hard. And of course, if a paper of journal paper or transaction paper is accepted, whole night party, why not? Transaction paper, it is not easy, right? Of course, there is no secret recipe for the success. Editors and reviewers are all busy scientists, just like you. Make things easy to save their time. Okay? So presentation is critical. Now let us see, so when we prepare a manuscript, now how do we structure? So what do you find normally, any elements of a manuscript, whether it is a conference or it is a journal, full paper we are talking about, not the letters. You will not have all the contents in the letters. But in general, you have this title, author list, right? Can be a single author, can be multiple author, abstract, keywords, And then you have body part. In the body part, you have introduction, methodology, results and discussion, findings, and the conclusion. So this part sometimes also called as the IMRAD. IEM, which is introduction, methodology, results and discussion. Conclusion, acknowledgement if you have something, and of course references, and possible some supplementary material like appendix and so on, but not always true. Acknowledgement not always true, but otherwise roughly you have this structure. Right? We will go one by one. So the title, an effective title should answer the reader's question. Is this article relevant to me? Grab the reader's attention. So let's say first page, when you open it of the paper, first page you saw, okay, formatting is fine, template is more or less okay. What is next? You read the title simultaneously. And if title does not interest you, it is not attractive, it does not convey what is the work being done in the paper, then what? Maybe I will just read the abstract and try to see if in the abstract they have written something or not. And if I don't find even in the abstract, again, like the previous one, formatting issue, I will close it. And by reading this, in fact, reviewers decided whether he or she is going to reject this paper or accept this paper. Decided. But only thing is, in order to write a detailed comment, I have to read the paper. Why I am rejected? It is not because that you have not mentioned what is required in the title and the abstract, but I have to tell you what is the technical problems, what is the other problems, and what is the positive aspect, what is the negative aspect, what is the weak point, what is a strong point. A detailed comment is necessary. Okay. Describe the content of a paper using the fewest possible words. Increase, concise. Use a keyword in the title. Avoid any jargon, unnecessary. Some example is there. How we solve an important problem in a certain application. This is not the title what we expect. Good title, however. A color barcode for mobile applications. A per channel framework. To some extent, it conveys some meaning. So basically, you have this, of course, title, abstract, introduction, body part, discussion, and references. And each, you see, actually they have the meaning. Title, crisp, right? Then abstract is very crisp. You have. Maybe you are starting from one sentence of background, trying to say what is the problem, and then you are telling that how we tackle it, what is the findings you have, and so on. How it is valid for the society and community. And then introduction, if you see, we start with the broad and then we come up to what we are trying to do. Anyway, we'll see with some examples here. So we will focus on all this structure one by one and see how well we can write a title and authors and so on. So how to write a title? The title of the proposed paper is very important. Because you have seen that if I read the title, if title tells me something, then possibly I will read something or I might stop reading that paper, I will close it. It is important, right? Short attention, catching titles are the most effective. You cannot write a title of one paragraph, 3 sentences. If you write a title of 3 sentences, what I'm started reading, at the end I will forget what is the first word here. Right? The title and abstract are often the only parts. It is open, right? So any paper, whether it is even e-copyright or so on, but titles and abstract is available. Hence, once the readers find your paper, they will read through the title and abstract to determine whether or not to purchase a full copy of your paper or to continue the reading. Right? So title and abstract is very important. In fact, title and abstract and keywords, they are said to be a marketing piece for you. As you see, if I'm satisfied with the title and abstract, what I will do? Okay, I will pay and I will download all the paper. I will purchase that. Right? So we have to take a step here in that. Let us take some examples. Okay, I'll just highlight some of the, and for your information, these are all published work. All these examples that I'm going to show, they are published work. Okay. Now you might say, then why it is published? That is, I don't have answer, but I will tell you indirectly what is the answer. So just go through one by one these titles. Okay. Design and development of a rope climbing robot using 4-bar mechanism with pilot control using trans 2, receive 2, RF module, and blah blah. Let us see another. Notice of violation of IEEE publication disappear. Okay. So principles energy efficient sensing with spectrum opportunity forecasting. I don't know, but these are published work. Okay. Design and fabrication of 430 MHz unequal amplitude equal phase power splitter for tropospheric wind profiling radar feeders network. You might be saying some professor has a problem that I have selected only long title. No, let us take a short title also. Experimentation and analysis of multipath TCP. Again, these are all published work. Okay. Now, let us, before going and trying to identify what could have been the better, let us see what is the title, how to write. Everybody tells crisp, short, but problem is how to do that. So normally, a typical title can be 10 to 12 words, mostly. Should not be more than 75 characters. Try to limit it. It is also important for a conference paper to ensure that the title describes the subject you are writing about. Title should say what I am doing, performance analysis, algorithm based upon this, a development of algorithm, what the title should say, especially in conference paper. Now let us see those titles. Now the first title you have seen is Design and Development of a Rope Climbing Robot using 4-bar mechanism with wireless control using trans 2, receive 2 RF module. What if I remove wireless control? It has to be RF trans receive, right? Do I need? Unnecessary, it is lengthening my title, right? So if I remove and if I put it like this, do you say that I have changed the meaning which earlier title was trying to convey? I don't think so. Right? I can propose another title. Again you check. Is that this title conveys something different? Are not they crisp or something a title catchy as compared to the first one? I might put this as well. And they are all within a typical title definition. Yes or no? So while designing, while working on that, we have to see how we can put it without changing the meaning. Right? There can be other also, you can manipulate, but you can see. But these are the alternative. I could have done it. And this is what, if somebody opens with this title, they will understand. But if I read the first one, no, I forget. When I go towards the end, I forget what is the first word it was, what they did. And also it is not within the limit what it says. Right? And all of them that you have seen the lengthy title. But let us take this example of second one, which is shorter. Do you think it is really very good? Do we understand properly? experimentation and analysis. I don't know. I mean, it might be grammatically also not correct. I don't know that much of English, but it doesn't attract, it doesn't say, it doesn't convey. So what can be different? Is it okay? Experimental verification and evaluation of multipath TCP. Is that what authors wanted to convey? The second title does not convey the meaning, but it conveys in the better way, which people will understand. Okay, what is that you have done? So writing the title is very important. You have to understand. Of course, you can have another title. You can develop, you can design, you can work out based upon the content and what is the intention, right? Cognitive distance. I will give you another example which sometimes people do not pay attention to. Cognitive distance and research output in computing education, a case study. For example, if I don't put a case study, and at first instance, the reviewer will think, oh, you are not telling. This is well studied area. What is it you did as an author? What is you did? It will go instantly to the reviewer who will read this title. So there will be something in mind. But if you have put a case study, and this is this keyword, the case study makes the difference, right? Let's say I would like to present something, the behavior model or behavior of people in New Delhi and behavior of people in New York City. Heading is same, behavior of people, but I did not do case study. But two paper you can find, behavior of people, case study, New York City, case study, New Delhi. And they might be different, right? There will be difference. And this is possible to publish. So a very general title, but with a case study can be different. The result of case study can be different. The parameters or input of the case study might be different. The methodology of implementation might be different. So if you have done for some particular case, use cases, please use this. Right? I come across a paper, right? I will tell you. So this is from the transaction of education. I come across a paper which says performance ratio and loss analysis for a grid connected solar PV system. So this was the title. When I say, and if I Google this title, you will find so many. Even when we try to devise a title, what we see? We propose title and then we Google it. We see whether it is existing or not existing. If it is existing, we cannot do. We have to tweak it. So if you search this, you have so many. But when I read that paper, I found that the paper is a case study, which they did this in a Kolar, in your never city, Kolar. I suggested the author, why don't you put the case study? Because with this simple title, they will refuse. They will not. Nobody will read in detail, right? Who bothers about it? Because you cannot make a reviewer's life complicated and time spending. So case study you can do and put in the title. So what is the do's and don't do's in the title? A human expert-based approach to electrical peak demand management. Okay, fine. Do not try to add adjective. See in the second one, a better approach. Or a better approach, you are finding better, then only you are publishing. What is the requirement of telling better? A novel approach. The novel, new things you have done, that's why you are submitting it for publication. Sometimes, reviewers will get annoyed if you include this type of adjective. Do not try to include. Okay? So that is the title example. Okay. After title, authors. This is another big problem. Who should be author? Should be multiple authors? Should be single author? Right? What is the order of author? Please understand, authors and co-authors are those who have contributed to that work. You might sometimes say, what is the contribution of supervisor? I will give you examples, and I work more than the research scholars. More than them. Their duty is just to give result. The rest of the things we are doing in several iterations. Of course, I teach them in the process. I don't do directly. But in the author list, there is no sister brother, there is no HOD, there is no manager. If he or she has not contributed, they cannot be authors. And the main contributor is supposed to be the first author. Okay. So normally when we see the paper, what we see? Title, okay, we look at the author. First author and last author. First author, normally young and PhD scholar in case of academia and so on, people might not be knowing. But the last author, who could be a manager, who could be supervisor, senior, under whom these people might be working or with whom working, supervising. And he or she must be known to the community, right, group. So we look at, if I say, for example, I'm working in millimeter wave or 5G or 6G, definitely most of the people must be knowing Rappaport, Professor Rappaport, right? So when we get a paper and we see the last author or third, fourth author, Professor Rappaport, okay, we have to look at this paper properly. Right? First author, you will not know him. First author, most of the time, there will be research scholars or so on. So this conveys some meaning, definitely, fine, but okay, maybe Professor Rappaport. I am giving you an example, maybe many of you knowing Professor Haas, who coined that the word Li-Fi. But the gentleman was not working at all before in that area. But he became famous. And that example I gave you is he was one of the authors of that paper, which I rejected. I mean, the comment, I was not satisfied with the content, and other reviewers and editors also agreed. And therefore it took 2 years in 4 different submissions. After that, it became okay. Professor Haas is one of the authors. So it is immaterial who is there. But yes, some it gives you information. Okay, I cannot simply overlook. I have to spend time on this. Right? But there is no sister, no brother. Okay? And normally there is a template available. In that template, if you look, it is clearly mentioned. Right? So you have, for example, this is a conference template, paper title, and if you author name. So it is a name for affiliation. Second line is affiliation or department or name of organization. Line 2, name of organization, acronym is acceptable. City, country, and email if you desire, if you think. This is given. Despite that, you find written professor, dean, senior scientist, or engineer. Where is the destination mentioned? Nowhere. Right? So why we are not following that template? These are not accepted. Okay. However, if you look at the transaction paper, in the transaction paper you will see after the name whether IEEE senior member or fellow, as I show you in the survey paper, right? So this is given in the transaction paper, but in conference paper, just a name and affiliation and other details. But we find sometimes professor, senior scientist, and this, blah, blah, blah. No. So author list. Okay. Until and unless he or she has contributed, no. No brother, no sister in this case. Next is abstract. Now how to write abstract and what should be the abstract? Normally abstract is a self-content, short, powerful statement that describes a larger work. See, if you read the author guideline in the content, you will find that you have to keep your abstract not more than 150 words. In the case of journal, not more than 250 words. Now the question is, a conference length is 6 pages, 10 font size, 2 column. How can I write in 150 words? This is a challenge, right? But if you maintain the contents, what it's supposed to be, you can definitely write. And that is what I'm going to tell you. So an abstract is a short document that is intended to capture the interest of potential reader. You remember title and abstract. If I'm satisfied with the abstract, I will download, I will try to go through whole document. Otherwise, no, close it. In the sense that it is a marketing document. If the abstract is poorly written or if it is a boring, then it will not encourage the potential reader. Inside you might have very good technical detail. But what I did, after reading the abstract, I closed it. So you can understand the importance of abstract. The question is what's supposed to be there? How can we concise? How can we crisp it in 150 words? That length of the document is 6+ pages. So it is a stand-alone, condensed version of the article. It covers the significance, novelty, methodology, findings, and conclusion. So very, very, very small. Each of them you can write in 1 sentence or maximum 2 sentences. And if you write them, you are well within a stipulated number of words. So what you did, that should be there. How you did it, methodology. What are the main findings? What you achieved? And why they are useful and important. Motivation or objective or aim. So if you limit, if you just put them, you will well within the stipulated number of count of words. Quite important for most readers, this will determine if they read the rest of the article. You should plan to spend a significant amount of time in writing, reviewing, and editing the abstract. Normally, even we say the scholars or researchers, don't write the abstract now. You complete and then you will write the abstract. Okay, so you can see, if you read this abstract as an example, you will see that these 4 components that it is listed right side. What you did, how the results move the field forward. It is what is the importance, significance, how you did it, methodology, and what is the main finding, what is the result. What you get doing this. Do not write unnecessary redundant words or sentence. Specific to the extent possible, focus on audience. I will give you an example. Of course, here it is, if you read, it is given those points and highlighted also. We propose a color barcode framework. What you did? You propose a framework. Yes, it conveys how the results move the field forward, right? Capturing color images, specifically we exploit this spectral diversity to realize a 3-fold increase in the data rate encoding depending on data and so on. So how you did it? What is the methodology? Is it experimental? It is a mathematical analysis or simulation work. What is that? And what is the finding? Did you get accuracy? By how much? Did you get the data rate, bandwidth utilization? How much? Quantification is also necessary if it is. Right? Let us take one example. If you read this abstract, I hope you will understand from which title it is taken. Please read it. In this paper, we experiment and analyze the multi-path CCP proposed by Internet Engineering Task Force. The authors consider MPTCP offering such and blah, 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 blah. Okay, I hope you know from which title it is taken. Right? Now look at those components which support. Don't worry about the grammar and other mistake, right? We are not looking at that. We are looking at now abstract and those components here or not. Please include in the following in your abstract. Presentation title. Convey your work. We propose a framework. The title is not given, but it could have been given. What you did, background, purpose or objective, that is significance, and methods, methodology, and the results and conclusion. So these are the components. If you keep these components, you can fit it in 150 words. Now let us look at this abstract and see whether those points, those are there or not. In this paper, we experiment and analyze. What they did experiment and they also analyze. They said, don't worry about grammar and language. Okay. Next. NTPC offering such as multipath aggregation, increased throughput, output, findings they are trying to say. Of course, not in logical flow, but the component is there, right? Then to aggregate available bandwidth, the purpose, motivation, right? Not all the component, but these gentlemen, these authors, they have the scope still. If you count the number of words, it is not at 150. They could have accommodated. But what is wrong? This information that we are trying to disseminate is not available with authors. If it was, perhaps this could have been well written. Right? So normally written in past tense. Of course, somebody said you can write in present also, but past tense. 150 for conference, 250 for journal, or so on. With regards to the body of the abstract, you need to make a clear statement of the topic of your paper. Topic, title, right? It tells you what is the work that we have done. You need to say how your research was or being undertaken, methodology. It is experimental, it is a prototype development, or it is analysis or simulation. Right? For example, empirical or theoretical, the abstract should then briefly describe the work to be discussed in your paper and also give a concise summary of the findings. Now, if you keep these points, I think you can very well write an abstract in the specified number of words. Finally, your abstract should not include diagram and citation. No place. Okay? Let us take another example. The title of this work is Resource Allocation and Performance Study for LTE Network Integrated with Femtosave. Forget about title now. We are in the abstract. Okay? All they are published. Please go through, take a minute and go through this abstract. I hope you will understand now what is wrong and what could have been better. Take a minute, read it, please. Meanwhile, I'll take water. Okay. Now, if I could have been author, I minus this, the highlighted. Now you read. First thing is because of this background and lot of information, it does not fit in 150 words. They are not necessary. They can be part of introduction. If I start from there, and you can find that most of other components are there in those limited sentences. Do you agree? Of course, during question and answer hour, you will tell agree or not agree. Remember it.
Okay? No, sir. First a time check. We are 12:40. Sorry about that, but I thought I'll remind you.
Okay. 20 minutes, maybe more, and so. Okay. I'll try to. Yeah. Thank you. So you have seen, right? I mean, abstract how we write and how can we make a very crisp what are the components supposed to be. The next is keywords, right? Normally they say 3 to 6 keywords you have to. Why? It is indexing. It helps you in search, right? Keywords should appear in your title. Keywords should appear in your abstract. Keywords should appear in your entire text so many times. We have to select that. So here also we list bother about that. Anything we search and just put it. But you understand how valuable it is. Not for the sake of publishing sometimes, right? Showing your HOD or something, but we want actually to contribute to the entire world, right? With a new finding, new results. If I'm not capable of developing a protocol, let somebody use and develop a protocol. That is what some of the startups and people they do. They read our paper, the development algorithm, and they try to develop a product. So people must cite your work, right? So keywords, it has to be appropriate, logical, applicable, specific, searchable, right? Now let us go to very important part, introduction. So title we have seen, authors we have seen, abstract we have seen, keywords we have seen. Next is introduction section of the whole body, IMRAD, right? So important for introduction. You know, when let's say I even read abstract and I want to read next, I'm reviewing a paper. Where you will go next? I go and search for 4th paragraph of introduction. Normally, introduction is divided into 5 paragraphs. You start with, you remember the structure, their background big. So from a basic background, you come to a very close problem definition. So first paragraph, second paragraph, we start from the first paragraph, which is very broad, and then we try to come to our problem definition towards the title, and then in the 3rd paragraph, we try to describe what is available, what is done, what is not done, and therefore it gives you a chance to explain in the 4th paragraph what is the novelty and what is the original contribution that we have done and how it is different from existing, which is listed in 3rd paragraph. So why I should go to 3 paragraph, first 3 paragraph? Reviewer, no, I don't have that much time. You don't have that much time. So after satisfying with the abstract, I go directly to 4th paragraph and try to see whether you have mentioned what is the original contribution, what is new that you have done, and how you say that it is new. So 4th paragraph is important. And the final paragraph is what is there in the rest of your other section of the paper. So section 2 says this, section 3 says this, and blah, blah. Okay. So I'll go to 4th paragraph. Let us take another example. This work. I highlighted remove the authors because if I say this publication is from IIT professor, you will not agree, but yes, most of them they are. The problem is not with the PhD scholars or the researchers. Problem is with the guide. Problem is with the experienced people. Either they do not guide properly, they don't have time, or I don't know what to tell. Okay? And in most of the paper you see some senior professor or managers, they are there, and that is the problem that you identified in those. This also is one. Now if you read, you will not see the clearly, but after satisfying with the abstract, I am looking for the 4th paragraph, and I don't find 4th paragraph actually. In the first column you have 2 paragraphs, and the second column starts with the 3rd paragraph, and last column I see, last paragraph I see the rest of the paper. It means 4th paragraph is missing. Now I have to search where is the 4th paragraph and where you have mentioned your original contribution. And you are taking my time, right? But okay, I have to find. So if you see, for example, I'm not sure if I can pencil here. So if you see here, they have mentioned this paper propose an algorithm. This is their contribution they are trying to say. Just it required one enter, right? If you enter in fourth paragraph and that's done. Okay. So this is detailed paper. They are all available, but because of lack of time, I'm not going. So what is that? Generally, you see motivation. Why this problem is of interest? Generally, known information about the topic, prior study, third paragraph, an overview of the work and result and contribution, fourth paragraph, and how the article is organized, fifth paragraph. So it has a standard, right? It should be follow. You are making life for everyone easier, reviewers and so on. The introduction should be specific, not too broad. Normally, there is no place for picture. Do you see any place for picture and figure in the introduction? No. So it is not necessary. But we find when you review, you should find so many illustration and so on and so on. Yes, table you can put if you want to summarize. It's little information. Introduction should not have an aggregation of disconnected research parts. And each paragraph is connected. Flow is well maintained, right? The placement of table and graphs, they are also important, right? We try to place the figures and tables on top of the page or bottom of the page where first time beside it. We don't try to sandwich figure, then text, again figure, again text. No, it's not good. Give a good layout. If you have the expression and equation, try to use equation editor. Do not copy and paste from somewhere else. Right? The style, font, paragraph, all they are important, and all of these shows the seriousness of authors. You want to publish, authors want to publish. If you are not serious, why a reviewer and editor should be serious? That they want to run that show of a journal, not necessarily. They also have the responsibility, they understand that. Right? So these are the reasons already said that, rejection, results and discussion. So demonstrate that you solved the problem or made a significant advances. Describe your experiment and analysis. Result, summarize the data, interpret the result. Right. There are a lot of examples you have. Transaction paper you have. You can, for example, if I open a transaction paper, you will understand, what is the difference. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I will send you. You can see magazine has different structure. That we avoid any equation and so on because it is normally read by a large audience. These are some conference paper. If you open them, you will understand what is the difference we have in the transaction paper, what is the depth that we are discussing in journal and transaction paper, and what is that we are putting in the conference paper. Conclusion, not the session conclusion, it is conclusion of the section of that paper. Again, you read this conclusion, and I will tell you what is again something is missing or not missing. I hope you will understand from which paper this is because I saw the paper also. So if you read this, you will find, but I'll tell you what is that actually supposed to be. So a conclusion of a paper, a research article has 3 components. Okay, first thing I removed, and then possibly you will find those 3 components. But what is the 3 components you have? The first component is your final finding. What is that outcome? Second component is during doing this work, what are your observations? What are the challenges that you encountered? Not the challenge that I have too much work, I did not get time or so. No, that. But somewhere is a peak coming. It should have been linear. Why this peak is coming? I tried all possible situations, all possible environment, but this peak is coming. I don't know why it is. This is a challenge, observations, right? Second component. And third component is what is the future scope? Many people, they try to identify a problem reading that in this area. This is conclusion, future scope. Because you are the best person to tell. You have spent significant time in structuring this paper, publishing this paper. You know what you have done, what is past done, and what can be done in future. You are the best person. Try to help putting this. These are only three components is a part of conclusion. Should not be abstract, should not be repeat of abstract. So another also you have there, okay, example. Acknowledgement. Sometimes we find that we acknowledge the manager, acknowledge the organization. No. If it is coming from some grant fund, then you acknowledge that grant. If you have taken the data or helped some lab, please acknowledge that lab or the person, not of your own organization or university or manager. Then comes to references. How many references? I told already 7 to 9 for conference, right? And for journal. But references normally should be proper formatting. This is another problem. Sometimes you write a month as a DEC in 3 digits. Sometimes you might write February in next reference. Please follow one. Okay? For book, there is a format. For article, there is a format. For unpublished work, there is a format. Please follow. And in the template author guideline, they will be given. So that is how we structure the paper. Quickly, we'll go to some ethics. That is also necessary. Okay. So some guideline principles. Value the time of others, like reviewers, editorial board. Don't submit anything. If a conference is not asking review paper, why should we submit a survey paper? Right. Maintain integrity of publication process, scientific integrity, reproducibility, authorship, understand and avoid unacceptable conduct like similarity, duplication, disclosure of a. These are the type of misconduct that we do. Okay, fraud, data manipulation, inappropriate author attribution, disclosures and plagiarism, conflict of interest. So conflict of interest, what if I'm suggesting a reviewer, I'm suggesting my HOD, I'm suggesting my colleague? No. And if you get an invitation to review a paper and the author happen to be from your organization, please politely decline it, saying that sorry, I cannot review this paper because one of my colleagues from university or organization author is there. I suppose not to review. Right? Maintain scientific integrity. Do not try to fabricate. Similarity report. Don't copy and paste. Duplication. Do not submit multiple submission of the same work. Right? And finally, peer review. This is very important. What is peer review actually? When the others see, if I come up with some result, I will never say that my result is bad. Oh, my result is the best. But by saying ourselves, we cannot decide and people will not decide, right? Let this to be said by expert who do not know you in the scientific community. That is called paper evaluation. So when we submit, right, it has to be read. So recollect this, the stress for editors and reviewers. Editors and reviewers are the most precious resource. Editors and reviewers are practicing scientists. Apart from doing this, they are doing that. Editors might be paid, but reviewers are not paid. Okay, so please try to understand. And reviewers are the backbone. Without them, we cannot publish. Right? Scientific writing involves a lot of review process. Right? So you write and every day you edit, but still you will find a lot of problems. You ask somebody else to read and they will find out so many problems. Okay, so they are the advantage. When we review a paper, we come to know how others write, what is available, what they are doing, which method they are following. So this is the advantage that we are getting, right? So we should not say that. So it performs two functions, technical and subjective, ensures that quality of science technology is sound, i.e. the science and technology interesting, important and relevant. influences what science enters the public domain, assist authors and editors in publishing quality research. And of course, this you have seen many times. There are many kinds of review, single blind, double blind. In the single blind, authors, they are there, but reviewers know the author, but author do not know who are the reviewers. In the double blind, neither authors know nor reviewers know. So when you are asked to do double blind, this means you hide, you don't mention your author's detail, only title and rest of the paper. So when I review paper, I do not know who has written this, who are the author. Okay, be professional. However, review can be done by anyone. Okay, so when you need overall feedback, you want that such review. When you need a specific feedback, that also should be there, should be done. And there are a lot of benefits, as you can understand. Okay, so normally what happens, this may just a couple of slides, give me 2-3 minutes, I'll close it. So what happens in the process? You see, author submitted a manuscript and it goes to journal staff. Journal staff, they might check for the similarity. They will see the formatting and templates, so on. And if at any stage they find, it can be returned to you. So you see the return. It can be returned from editor-in-chief, right? Because they will slightly or lightly go through the technical and to see that whether within the scope or not, some significant work is done or not. And if editor office passes, then they try to contact reviewers. They invite the reviewers. And it takes time. Editor office also takes time, right? It is not that, that they can do it within 24 hours. And once you receive the comment and everything, you have submitted the final, again, the publication process, printing, it takes time, right? So the peer review and publication consumes a lot of time from a lot of people, mostly experienced unpaid volunteers with other jobs. So you see, author submit a paper, are journal requirements met? Editorial office, no, inform the author, send it back. Yes, editors initially evaluate, editors read little, similarity check and so on. If no, reject and inform author. If yes, worthy of consideration, let us invite reviewers and experts and get the comment from them. So it takes a lot of time because minimum 3 review is required. Authors review and submit the revise. So if there is any comment or so on and requested for revision, it is sent to authors, revise and again submit. And finally, when it is submitted or rejected, editor should give thanks to all the review and process, right? Reviewers. And if it is rejected finally by all of them, reject, inform the author. If it is a resubmission, inform the authors for resubmission. If it is accepted, accept it and inform the author. So this is a long process. It is not like something in a week it is possible, right? So there is a process involved. And how to write a comment. So there are a lot of examples you have. We always expect, and you also expect, that it should be a detailed comment. You should mention what is a positive aspect, you should mention what is a negative aspect, and until and unless you read the paper, how can you mention it? Right? So very detailed, page-wise, line-wise, wherever you find, whether it is a language, it is a figure, it is an expression, we have to write the comment, right? So decision might be within 5 minutes. I took the decision that I'm going to reject this paper or I'm going to accept the paper. But in order to write the detailed comment, I have to read, and it takes time. So around 30 minutes, 40 minutes, definitely. On an average, we say normally 45 minutes, but sometimes it is less, sometimes it is more. But yes, before half an hour you cannot. It requires time. And you can see some of these examples, right? So I will not go, but what I'm trying to say is we have to give the detailed comment. What is the positive aspect? What is the main contribution they have done? And what are the negative aspects? What is the weak aspect? And what are the suggestions that you want? You can highlight. Okay. There are a lot of examples. Right? If you want to review, as I said, very little time it requires to review, and not review, but take a decision. 5 minutes maybe. Title, abstract, first paragraph, conclusion. That's all. How much time it will take to identify, to locate this, that is the decision that you are going to make about the paper. But in order to write, we have to give little more time. And IEEE provides a lot of author tools. So you can visit author tools in IEEE lab, and you find a lot of videos and discussion here. So a lot of materials are available. You can sign up for this newsletter as the author's IEEE newsletter. You can get at a regular interval. So author lab, as I mentioned. So collaborate. You have collaborated. There a lot of discussion happens, and all of this what we are discussing you might find on one another, and you can take it depending upon what you want to accept. And particularly volunteer community, right? How to start. So there are a lot of resources you have. You will find whatever we have discussed and more extra item also. Okay. So in summary, IEEE offers a wide variety of publication options. Journal, conference, open access, IEEE journals and conferences are among the most precious, and try to follow whatever we have discussion and so on, right? So research is a process and has many stages: search, and search. Right? Combine it with a passion. Normally a long process, but it's a great contribution to scientific community. Keeps you up to date. If you are doing PhD, completing a PhD, it makes a perfect professional. Okay, be professional in the activity. And finally, some acknowledgement. Some of the slides I have taken from some of the experienced people, and also a stranger IEEE. So I would like to thank them, and thank you very much. So I thank you very much for your patience listening, and I'm ready to take any question if I can answer. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Naveen, for such an illustrious and passionate session. We are little over time, so what I'll do is I perhaps will unmute everybody, and if there are any questions, but few things I will highlight, sir. There are a lot of requests to share this presentation material. Will it be possible to share this?
100%, yes.
So we will share a PDF version with all the participants. We can send it by email after the event. But please do share your feedback. I have shared the feedback link. And I am unmuting everybody. Let me see how to do this. If I can unmute everybody. If any of you have any outstanding questions, please do. I know that some people have left by now, but for those who are remaining, if you want to have a live interaction, I am unmuting everybody. Let me see, how do I do this? So we cannot unmute everybody. So if you have want to interact, just raise your hand or send a message. I will selectively unmute you.
Or if they have put the question, that is also possible. In chat or somewhere.
Yeah, so there is one question. Let me try unmuting him. So Chengappa, you probably come on audio and you can help. So there is one question from Abhijit requesting to mention a few conferences and journals which got high impact factor for signal processing / wireless communication.
There are a huge number. I cannot list, but even you go to IEEE, there is a transaction on signal processing, and even in the Springer you have control and signal processing. These are 3, 4, 5, 6 impact factor. And there are focused conferences also even from IEEE in the signal processing. So you can find a number of them. If you want illustrative examples or so on, please drop me a mail. I will able to give you. But even you search, you will get easily.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And multiple times I have responded that go to the IEEE Communication Society Bangalore YouTube channel. this recording will get uploaded in a day or two. So please subscribe to the channel. We'll keep on updating the information so you will get to know about it. Chengappa, is there any other outstanding questions from the previous section?
Yes, sir. So I would take like a couple of them from where we had stopped last time. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So, Naveen, sir, the question goes like this, like what is the difference between technical research and management research? So probably if you can throw some light on this.
Yeah. In technical research, I think they could understand what is that we are looking for. At the same time, in managerial research or management area, it is mostly and many of the research based upon the data. So we try to get the data either through survey or through online or through sending a feedback and so on. And then we try to devise a framework, we try to devise a methodology and propose such type of framework for doing something. So I think as you understand that there is no something that no development or hardware or something you can do, but no, the data manipulation and analysis, and based upon the analysis of the data, you can definitely propose many things, the framework, architecture, or so and so. So this is what I can answer on this.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And the next question is something like a very budding new researcher want to know. So the question goes like, how much time does it normally takes for a paper to be published once submitted? And the follow-up question is, paper should be published in an Indian journal first or simultaneously can be published in international journals?
Yeah, how much time? So it depends upon again the journal you have submitted or conference you have submitted. So normally conference has a time deadline. So within that time, if you do it from the date of presentation of the conference, see, as a conference organizer, we are asked to submit all of the proceeding within a month. And it depends upon organizer. If they have submitted within a month, it is possible that it can come up within 6 months. Sometimes it comes even in 1 year. In the case of journal, it takes little more time. But now I think we can expect that maybe first notification from the journal you can get in 3 months also, in 4 months also, first notification. But if it is submitted and successfully, you got all positive result, then not less than 1 year in case of journal. And if it is a high transaction or a high valued journal, again it takes even more time. So it varies from 4 months to 2 years time, depending upon journal and conferences.
Thank you, sir. And the follow-up question was, if it is first time for us, should we try doing it in an Indian journal or should we submit it for an international journal?
Yeah, thank you. So there is nothing that why we should go for Indian journal or should we go for international. There is no differences. If the journal is of a reputed organization or publisher, then it is all the same. There is no differentiate it is national or international, because in any way you are publishing a new result. And what is the new? New we are not finding among in the Indian city. New we are not finding among South Asian city. New is worldwide. So if you have new, please go for the world class and very high impact factor journal.
Thank you, sir. The next question goes something like this. So considering topics like agile development, Scrum and other process related topics, what are the possible ways to prove our research work? These are areas where it is very tough to create a POC, have a simulation or a mathematical model.
Yeah, so as you said, it is difficult to produce or design a POC. We have a simulation result and we have a mathematical model. You can suggest it that mathematical model if you can and you should generalize it. For example, you might have done as a simulation, it works. For example, let's say I give you an example in networking environment. So if I have done a networking, some model developed which content and which is valid and tested for 100 routers. Now, can I generalize it for n number of routers, for n bandwidth, for n inputs and outputs? If you generalize that model, I think it is very much acceptable, right? So even without a POC, it can be done if we have this extensive simulation and generalized model developed.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the next question is, in each domain, there are multiple journals and conferences with different impact factor and acceptance rates. So while submitting a paper, how do we decide which journal or conference to submit? And how do we map the quality of the paper to the quality of the journal or the conference?
Yeah, so again, we mentioned some of the quality parameters that we look for, because number one is like impact factor. Then you go inside and try to see the type of article they are publishing. You can see the frequency. Some articles are monthly, some articles are 6 monthly, some articles are, journals are quarterly. So these are the parameters that we have to see. And of course, the impact factor, as of now, we are trying to see with a more eyes open. That gives us possibly and high value of a journal. And of course, we have to see the time, that how much time we look for in deciding the journal. Maybe from the same field, but yes, we have to see all this. Yeah, second question, sorry, in the follow-up.
No, yeah. So it says that how do we map the quality of the paper to the quality of the journal or the conference?
We have to say, first thing is we have to see the scope and aim and objective of the journal. So if you visit the web page of journal, you will come to know scope and objective, aim. Second is normally they give a wide scope, but they don't accept. We have experience of putting all these things, right? Without experience, I'm not telling. Lot of papers are rejected. Even we are seeing that the previous published work and they have published a similar kind what we have. But now for the next edition, when we are submitting, they are saying that sorry, and they don't give you much feedback also, no comment, but simply they are rejecting. Why they are rejecting, what is the problem, and same paper if we are submitting after rejection to some other journal, it is very well acceptable. So they change from time to time because they used to get very high quality. Maybe let's say I have only simulation work and some paper is coming with a simulation followed by experiment. Then they give preference to that which has simulation plus experiment, and they will reject our paper in that case without giving a detailed comment. So scope you see, and then you see the previous published work of many edition, and then we finalize. Okay, this my work fits into this within the scope, and I can try. So this is how we decide.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And the next question, one of the participants wants to know some more details on providing the references and citations. So whether there are any best practices or guidelines when we are giving the references and citations in our paper.
No. There is no. You have to be honest and sincere. So when we are citing any reference, when we are including any reference, we have to see that no, really I have taken some information from this reference. Otherwise, we do not try to do it. However, you get sometimes influence, sometimes the reviewer correctly conveys, no, see, why do you try to cite this paper? Include as a reference this paper. When we go and visit that paper, we find that the same author, who is the reviewer now, and they are telling us indirectly to include. But it is not necessary. We can politely deny that. We don't find a significant relation between what I am doing and this particular publication. So I don't find the scope to include in my reference list. So I think we have to be honest, and there is no influence, and we have to be sincere from where we have taken some part. Use it or reference it. That has to be a reference.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is again on the research in project and project management, and the question goes like, what are the possible platforms where we can publish materials for topics related to project management other than project management forums?
Yeah, so if you visit IEEE Society also has now engineering and management. So one exclusive society, and there is a transaction, there is a magazine published in that by the. At least I can give you this example, and I think you have management which is on elsewhere as well. So in the elsewhere also they publish a lot of management related journals. So that I know, and apart from that, IEEE Engineering and Management Society, which they publish. So you can go look for and see if your work area lies within that society.
Thank you, sir. And probably I think this would be the last question. So is it possible to volunteer for reviews without being an IEEE member?
Yeah, 100%. Why not? A reviewer we are always looking for. So you give me your detail and I will connect you. I will propose you a prospective reviewer. However, you have to send me your CV as well, so that I know what is your area and where you are strong. However, when they select and identify a reviewer, there are certain criteria. For example, when we are organizing a conference, of course it depends upon the general chair and TPC chair. But I also have many conferences where I'm general chair, TPC chair, and my criteria is something great. That from academic institution, if they are, then we prefer a doctorate holder, and if it is from industry, then of course you can be master and then plus some experience. Because there are something that people identify. But even a doctor is accepting, for example, I accept a review, but what I do, I send the review to my research scholar, because I know that he or she is working in this. So I will ask them, okay, review this paper and send me. So he or she reviews that paper preliminary. Then if there is something wrong, I sit with him or her and tell what is that is supposed to be have written and how you have written. Because this is a process. Tomorrow they will also do the same, right? So if I don't correct them, if I don't tell them, then they will not understand. So mostly review is done by PhD scholar, but they are not submitting. It is submitted by the doctorate in the academic institution. But industry also they have, but they don't have the detailed comment that they do. So we combine them, we give them to people. But it depends upon organizers, right, and editors whom they select and so on. But if you are interested, please send me your details. I will definitely connect to some of the interest journals and conferences, and we will include. We need reviewers, very large. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your detailed answer there on that question. I think that we have covered almost all the questions that we have received via chat and the Q&A window. I would now like hand over this virtual podium back to Shubhasda for the next steps. Shubhasda, I think Mr. Ganesh has raised his hand, so probably as you are the host, you can come into the panel or allow his audio panel so that he can ask his question.
Okay, let me try this. Ganesh, what is it?
Ganesh Shanmugan.
Ganesh Shanmugam, yeah, I can see that. So I am allowing in the audio panel. Yes,
Yeah.
I have allowed. Ganesh, you can interact. Ganesh, you possibly have to click on the connect to audio and then start speaking.
Or probably if you are hearing us, you can also type in your question. So we can allow this one last question and then probably wrap up.
Yeah, I think Ganesh.
Okay, yeah, it's connected. Mr. Ganesh, you're on mute. You can unmute yourself and speak. Or probably Shubhasda, you can unmute him.
Yeah. It doesn't allow me to, let me see. Yeah, I unmuted Ganesh. Yeah, Ganesh, go ahead. Ganesh, we cannot hear you. Yeah, I guess Ganesh is having difficulty on his microphone.
Anyway, what I do is I flash my email ID as well at the end. Okay, so if they want to interact, they want any question further, I will be happy to provide the answer if I know. Okay, so this is my email ID. You can interact anyone. But please give a reference that you have listened this and that is why you are trying to interact. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. All right. With that, I think we would like to close the session. But before closing, I would like to thank all the efforts by Dr. Naveen and such an inspirational and passionate session. And Chengappa, thank you for all the help with the question collation and logistics. So thank you very much. What we will do is we'll conclude the session again, requesting all of you to share your feedback into the link that we have published. I will send an email as well, and please do subscribe to YouTube channel where this content will be uploaded in a day or two. With that, we conclude this session, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Swada. Thank you very much. And thank you all for patiently listening and staying with us for 3 hours plus. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is over 4 hours now. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. See you again. Good day.